Good morning, colleagues. Very welcome to the training. We do apologize for starting late. We were waiting for the numbers to beef up a bit. But those on the online audience have already beefed up. I would like to welcome them as much and apologize to them for starting this late. My name is Samuel Ojambo, and for these 2 days, I shall be your moderator. So just to briefly run through what we shall deal with today, we shall listen to a presentation on setting up a business plan, and then we shall learn how to grow and manage a successful law firm. Thereafter, we shall have a break, and then we shall deal with the business development on how to make your law firm stand out. Then we shall look at client acquisition and how to retain them. Then we shall have lunch. Thereafter, we shall get a view from the bench and the judge's perspective. Then we shall have a panel discussion on ethics, and the training shall close with the application of technology. So just about now, we shall open up our training with a word of prayer. And I will request our resident prayer person, Doreen, where are you? To come and open our training with a word of prayer. Let's welcome Doreen to pray for us.
Thank you so much. All most welcome. Good morning to you all. Let's humble ourselves for a word of prayer. King of Kings and Lord of Lords, we welcome you. We thank you for the gift of life. Thank you for the gift of a brand new day. And Father, we bless you because you've chosen us to serve you, to commit to you, Lord Jesus. We surrender to you each and everything. As we start our practice management training today, we bless you and welcome you, Holy Spirit. Come and be in our midst, Heavenly Father. Come and take over. All our speakers, all our panelists, the participants, Lord Jesus, the membership of the Uganda Law Society, we bless you. Give us the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding in each and everything. That, Father, when we go out of this training, we shall be different people. We shall be brand new. In your name, I've believed and prayed. Amen.
Thank you very much, Doreen. I do appreciate. We're going to go right into the training. Practice management as a series is very important for us as practitioners. One, to learn from those who have had this journey longer than us, to learn from their successes and to learn from their failures. Our first guest is a very senior member of the bar. He's a founding partner of Nangwala Resident Company Advocates. He's been in practice for over 35 years, and with particular emphasis in the areas of land law, commercial law, corporate and company law, trademarks and patents, tort, conveyancing, and related litigation. He's taken part in negotiating mergers and acquisition transactions with attendant agreements and processes, international joint ventures, international commercial arbitration, alternative dispute resolution, and international trade agreements. He also serves as director and boards of several organizations and companies, and his role as director entails, among others, setting goals, setting the tone, independent oversight, and discussing long-term strategies, oversight, monitoring, and evaluation. Some of the organizations and companies for which he serves are the following: Reach Out Mbuya Community Health Initiative, Hans Newman Stiftang Uganda, Harris International Limited, which is one of Uganda's leading manufacturers of food and beverages. CO Energy Services Uganda. He serves as chairperson, board of directors. CO is a group, is a global provider of outsourcing services and technology-based solutions in the oil and gas sector. And he's also with St. Ignatius University Kabale as one of the members on the board. Mr. Alex Resida, his vast experience comes in handy and is coming to train us in how to set up a business plan. He will compress all his very many years of study and practice into 45 minutes. So you're paying for very, very good information. Please put your hands together as we welcome Senior Advocate Mr. Alex Resida. Please welcome.
Thank you. That was a very generous introduction. Good morning to you. In today's first session, we are going to share about setting up a business plan for a law firm. If you recall, historically, the legal profession, particularly legal practice, was not exactly looked at as a business. And that has seemed to run through generations, including the young generation now. We still have to remind ourselves that one of the best things we can do is to look at our practice as a business. And when we don't, there are very many things we miss out. And that explains a question we always ask ourselves of: why is it common for partnerships, law firms to disintegrate? And one of the factors is because we don't prepare to look at it as a business. So the first slide, the next slide, please. I chose a title there: Legal Practice is a Business. And that's why it requires a business plan. Not only as a good practice, but as a necessity. So law firms operate as professional services organizations that provide legal services to clients in exchange for fees. Like any other business, law firms need to attract clients. They need to generate revenue. They need to manage their affairs, including expenses. They need to mind profitability so as to sustain and grow their operations. Law firms must also adhere to business principles, strategic planning being one of them, marketing, financial management, operational efficiency to succeed in a competitive marketplace. They may need to develop business plans, set financial goals, implement marketing strategies, and manage staffing and resource effectively if they are to achieve their objectives. So that makes a case for the business plan. Now, in doing so, next slide, please. In doing so, we always have to remember that law firms are subject to regulations and ethical standards that govern the legal profession. This aspect is important. if you simply look at it as a business like any other business, you may forget that you have unique regulation. You have unique requirements of ethical standards which govern the profession. And so you need to take care of this requirement. It's a legal requirement. It's a legal standard. You need to take care of it in making your business plan. It should inform your process of making a business plan. In there, you have to be mindful of the professionalism, confidentiality, the level of integrity in the dealings with the clients, dealings with the institutions, dealings with the legal system, which includes the courts. For those who do litigation, you are always reminded what is your duty to court. They must also comply with the laws to do and legislation to do with data security, client confidentiality in their business operations. One of the interesting things is billing practices. Again, remember, in making your business plan, don't forget the legal profession. You have regulations that press on you certain standards that may not exist in other businesses. So there's something unique about the legal profession. And one of them is billing. We have a complete set of regulations and laws that govern how much we are allowed to charge. The other businesses are largely governed by the question of competition. Competition guides you in how much you can charge. That sets your billing processes and procedures. But for us, we have a complete set of laws that talks about billing. So in summary, while legal practice is primarily focused on providing legal services to clients, law firms also operate as a business that must be managed effectively in order to succeed in a fast-paced, competitive, and regulated environment. Now, so it's a business. But what is your stock? Because the business sells something. The oldest adage I could come across is by Abraham Lincoln, that a lawyer's time and advice are his stock in trade. Now, if that is your stock in trade, that's what you must guard jealously in terms of qualitative aspects of your business, of your product, of what you give. And that informs you of the basics that are required in making a business plan. You must know your product. You must know how to guard it, how to improve it, how to package it, how to market it, how to deal with it, how to continue being ahead of the curve in this fast-paced age. So, what then does a business plan serve? What I've listed is a typical list of business plans. It summarizes the organization strategy in order to execute its long-term objectives, secures financing from investors. Let me talk a little bit about financing from investors in the legal practice. Here, we've got to be mindful. In our jurisdiction, we don't have space. It's not permissible that I go out there and I get someone to invest in setting up a law firm and share in the profits, because that's what investors do. We don't have that space. So if you are talking about investors in the context of a law firm, who are you talking about? You are talking about, suppose it's two of us discussing setting up a law firm. The only investors that are permissible in our setting are our colleagues in the profession. Can I attract Grace to come and invest and be part of us? And so we are 3 or 4 partners. Should we look for 3, 4 others? So we start, why should we? What are the requirements? What will convince Grace that we are worth joining, we are worth investing in? And this is a unique investment because Grace will now have to move and come and be part of us. So the aspect of securing financing from investors in the context of a business plan for law firms is a unique area. It's not a generic thing that you simply approach openly. And so this calls to the need to tailor the purpose of a business plan, its making and its content to legal services. Business plans should cover every material aspect. They can be voluminous, they can be very, very, very brief. So now that we are talking about the purpose of a business plan, the third aspect is critical for sustainability. It helps forecast the future demands. The word demand is quite broad. So what then is a business plan? A business plan for a law firm and other businesses as well is a document that outlines goals, strategies, financial projections for the firm. It typically includes information on the firm's target market, services offered, pricing strategy, marketing plan, operational structure. This is not an exhaustive list. It's simply indicative of what should be included. If we had enough time, if we hadn't started late, I would take a bit of more time to engage you to add to this list. Just take note that it's not an exhaustive list, and you ought to expand on it as you do your plan to fit your circumstances. Some key components of a business plan for a law firm. You need to have a description of the firm, of its mission and key objectives. You need to be clear on your areas of practice and target market. In here, we've included its history. How do you have a history of a firm that you're trying to set up? If it's a startup, what history does it have? So, what you are going to do is to leverage on the history of the partners. The history of the partners is what will make up what this law firm should look like, what someone looking at it should see and get an impression of. If I was to set up a law firm with Mr. Oundo, I would proudly flag that He's been in leadership in the East African Law Society, he's President Uganda Law Society, and those kinds of things. That he's had a stint in the public sector, he's in the private sector now. So you add up, and that's what would would inform the history of a firm in a business plan if it's a startup. And this is interesting from my perspective. I have never made a business plan as making it myself, but I've had business plans made for me, made for us in what we do. And when we started our firm, this part of our history was very, very, very critical and very important. We were two founding partners, I and James. And we had been in practice. Our names were not new in the market at all. And so hearing of those names, hearing of that firm, didn't sound like a startup, but it was. In all respects, it was. So you've got to be mindful of the selection of who you are partnering with. What value do they bring to you? What advantages each one carries. And this goes into many aspects of what you are doing. We'll talk a little bit later on other aspects of the business plan that would even inform how you select partners or how you recruit. Next is you look at the services offered. And this is important. There's been a tendency to, you look at letterheads of law firms and they claim to offer almost every aspect of legal services under the sun. And that's not humanly possible. That's not humanly possible. And key clients, serious-minded businesses, are more likely to think you are not serious because you can't have that capacity. You just cannot have that capacity. So you need to be aware of what you are going to do and be clear that this is our strength, this is where our competencies are, this is where we think we can have space in the market, and this is what we want to do. Again, what is listed there is so shallow, it's so small. There are many areas that you can talk about. We will look at that when you look at the market aspects. Which is the next slide. Next slide, please. Yes. So you have got to look at the market. That's the legal market. You've got to look at the trends in the market. You've got to look at the competition. You've got to look at the potential opportunities for growth. You've got to be mindful of who your target is within that broad segment. Are you targeting government agencies? Government agencies here, in the context of Uganda, we mean things like National Water and Sewage Corporation, Uganda Electricity generation company that's in the energy sector. You go to look at Uganda Communications Commission, that's in the communications sector. There are so many sectors that have government agencies. I think Uganda has probably over 80 agencies. You go to look at individuals, small businesses, large corporations. I will not dwell much on this. There is a presentation on the marketing later in the day. But when you are setting up a business, when you're looking at a business plan, this market analysis also informs you of the need to focus and decide on the skill sets that you need. This will be a continuous thing as you grow, but it's very important at the start. If we are going to look for other advocates, we are going to look for paralegals, if we are going to look for support staff, what skill sets are we looking at? What do we want to achieve? If you want to engage in mergers and acquisitions, in a complex agreements and so on, please be mindful that some of these agreements are not as simple as an agreement of buying a car. Some of these can be very complex. And you don't want lawyers that deal with clauses in agreements without understanding what they mean. You don't want a situation where there's a clause in an agreement that is about ESG and the lawyer signed that work, other than knowing that ESG is a necessary clause in an agreement, does not comprehend what ESG is all about, because that is going to bite you later. So the skill sets is one of the things that is informed by the business plan aspects. Next slide, please. Again, marketing and sales strategy. This will be, you have a whole presentation on this. Just be aware that it's a necessary component of a business plan. And in there, we are seeing advertising. When you talk about advertising, you're going to go back and look at our regulations, because we still have a limitation in there. So your advertising must be within the confines of the law governing legal practice. So do not simply have a business plan that runs on advertising without informing the person helping you to do a business plan to be mindful of those regulations. When I and James were discussing the setting up of this law firm and the circumstances of that discussion allowed us to discuss it over a long period of time, over 2 years before setting up. So we had opportunity to discuss every aspect. So the advisors we had on a business plan, setups and so on, you had to guide them on the limitations in the law, on the billing, on advertising, what it means, and ensure that you are guided within the confines of the law. Otherwise, you might get advice and you yourself forget that there are certain limitations and you get carried away and you're on the wrong side of it. And before you know it, you are a firm, you are setting up, and you have issues with the law counsel. That is the least you want. Again, you have a whole topic on this subject. So we go to the next slide. So in here, you are looking at the structure of the firm and the management aspects. You're looking at staffing, you're looking at technology, We are looking at office space requirements. And this is key. This is key. Because all this impacts on the financial projections. Now, financial projections, in my experience, is the difficult one. Remember, for other businesses, you know you are going to import this product or you're going to manufacture this product. You study the market, you study the trends, you look at your cost of production, you decide your markup, your profit margin, you look at the taxes, you look at cost of labor and so on, and you are able to come up with a fairly good projection. When it comes to revenue projection for a law firm, that is really difficult at the start. Years along the way, you look back and you see your performances, you understand your market, you understand your clients, you can do some projections. At the beginning, nothing is to be taken for granted. That's very, very difficult. In our discussions trying to set up a law firm, that's one area where I must say we faced the most difficult challenge. Financial revenue projections. Very, very difficult. And in that comes with profit margins. It is very, very, very difficult for a startup. You try your best to do that, because that is also going to decide many things for you. So because of that limitation, you've got to be careful with the aspects of your capital expenditure, CapEx there. And under CapEx, we have to be clear. What are we talking about? You are talking about the computers you are going to need. You are going to decide whether you are going to buy a printer or go for hire of a printer, because there are higher services for printers available today in the market. You are going to look at the furniture you need. You are going to look at your library requirements. Those of us from here, we know that Uganda Law Reform Commission now has the revised edition of the laws of Uganda. So even the established law firms now have to dig deep in their pockets and buy this new set of laws. Otherwise, we'll be citing laws that are no longer aligned. Now, when you are looking at CapEx, what experiences do we have? You recall those in litigation, when the court system here introduced ECMIS, which is an electronic court manager filing and monitoring system. There was a bit of resistance from us practitioners. And the resistance was threefold. Resistance to change, which is a human trait. There's resistance informed by fear, but there was resistance coming through people saying they are being forced to buy computers because you can't operate without a computer. And when you listen to that, you wonder, is it possible that people are setting up law firms without computers today? So, if you are doing a business plan today, you've got to remember that even if you probably wanted to find a way of operating without a computer for a year, but you're going to do litigation, it's not going to be possible because the court system now runs online. So you look at your CapEx, you decide your operational expenses, the OpEx, the salaries, consumables, and so on. Next slide, please. Staffing and organizational structure. Here you have advocates, you have attorneys, you have paralegals, support staff, as well as any plans for expansion of growth. Now, under here, you again don't rush. You don't rush. Because there's a delicate balance to strike there. What must you think of? You may think we are 2 partners. Let's start with 5 other lawyers. Then you add support staff. But why 5? Why not 7? Why not 3? Because you could say 5, and in the 4th month you can't pay their salaries because you're just going to start. And in your financial projections as a start-off, you are going to say, okay, we need to put up money to run for 3 months, assuming there's no revenue. That's not good enough. Do you have enough money to run for 1 year? Are you investing sufficiently to run for 1 year as a startup? And if that is the case, how much do you have? What can you afford? What do you need? Then you come down to the staffing structure. How many attorneys can we afford to start with? So instead of a dream of let's have 5 others, perhaps let's scale down to 3 and ensure that we sustain. Because remember, there are other overheads beyond salaries. You don't want to fail to pay rent. Because one of the worst things that can hit you in legal practice, in medical practice, and so on, is reputational loss. That can be disastrous. So at the back of your mind, you are doing your best to guard against reputational loss. And so you cannot afford not to plan well in terms of what is required in staffing and organizational structure from the start. Now, on the aspect of the expansion of growth, many businesses, including legal practice, many businesses forget or fail to manage growth. Management of growth is a whole concept in itself. Management of growth is a whole concept in itself. If I had time, I would run through examples of businesses that have failed because they failed to manage growth, including law firms. Even in your year 4, you are 5. For one reason or another, you have a good year, your revenues are up there, and you forget they might be seasonal. And you think you've reached a different level. You are not analyzing your last 5 years' financials to see the projection, the trajectory, to decide whether you need now to take on 3 other advocates at what level of seniority, or 2, or stay where you are. So you get excited, you make changes, and you can't sustain. And that could have dire consequences. So you must always be mindful of sustainability as you grow. management of growth is very, very critical there. Next slide. Technology, infrastructure. We had already talked about technology in an earlier slide, but it is here because of the emphasis it requires today. Technology is with us. Technology is responsible for the fast pace in every aspect of our lives. Technology is inevitable. Technology is a wonderful thing to have. Makes work easier, makes the flow work more efficient. You must invest in technology. So when you are starting and you are setting up a law firm, just like that question will be relevant at all times in management of growth. What is the appropriate technology that we need? As a startup, you are now adding the word minimum. At the minimum level, what is the appropriate technology that is required? Next slide, please. We've talked about reputation and the risks. Risk management. I've listed there a few things that one could have in mind in setting up a law firm. But risk management is what guards your reputation, and your reputation is everything. Remember, your key stock in trade is your time and advice. Part of the risk you learn is giving people wrong legal advice. You won't survive in the market. Now, risk is very, very broad. Very, very broad. I think when he was introducing me, he mentioned a few entities. Those entities are actually not clients. Those entities are where I serve on the board and in respect of the university and the University Council, which is the equivalent of the board currently. And when you sit on these boards, one of the things that you run over time is risk. I've chaired an audit committee of a bank, of a commercial bank, and seen what risk means, what goes into managing that. I currently sit on central government's audit committees. Audit committees are set up under the Public Finance Management Act of Uganda. They borrowed a best practice from the corporate world to try and have audit committees that guide and assist accounting officers in ministries and agencies in the audit function. Now, how do we ensure that we are ready as a law firm to attend to risk? Focus on it. Look at enterprise risk management, which is how an organization makes better decisions. Look at policies. What policies do you have? Policies help in making decisions. Policies help in building a culture. Policies help in ensuring that it is not my whim as a partner, it's not my wish as a partner that today we do this. Even if I want to, I have to remember, but we have a policy that says this is what needs to be done, and have to keep aligned. The use of policies is a strong tool in the successful management of a law firm. And so before I talk about management of a law firm, at the start of setting up a law firm, setting up a business plan for a law firm, what policies have you informed yourselves of that you need? I've listed a few of them, the human resource policy being one of them, confidentiality, conflict of interest, billing and fee policy, professional conduct, social media policy. Why social media policy? Why do you need it? Because your reputation as a firm is everything. Because legal practice is about individuals. We are everything. What we post out there has an impact on our firms. The image we cut out there matters in our business. So do you have a policy that guides not just the professional staff, but even the others as a firm? That this is our social media policy. We could go into examples, but we started late. Just run through these. Technology and data security, client communication. Client communication is very important, very, very important. Then the quality control aspects and client satisfaction. Client satisfaction goes to many aspects, including getting feedback. Getting feedback from clients is very important, but you must know how to get feedback. Then we come to the exit strategy, that is plans for the future, including possible mergers or acquisitions, then succession planning. Succession planning is one of those things that affect growth, affect retention, affect culture, affect the morale, affect the ecosystem of a law firm as far as the human resource is concerned. You can't just remain as you were. So overall, a business plan for a law firm should provide a roadmap for the firm's growth and success, outlining the steps needed to achieve its goals and objectives. I'll now come to a few steps which talk to everything I've just been sharing with you. These steps cover basics, the very minimum that you should have. They are, again, not exhaustive. And as I said, some business plans are so comprehensive. It takes so long to even read them and appreciate what they are saying, depending on why they are being made. Some of them deal in a highly regulated environment, very highly regulated, so they have to take care of many things. Others, the financing requirements, because of the delicateness of the business, you've got to cover quite a bit to be convincing, to make a business plan bankable. So the first goal is the first thing is to define your goals. Next is, next slide please. Your market research, which I already talked about. As I said, you are going to have quite a bit of discussion on marketing. 3 is create a business strategy. A strategy informs many things. A strategy is a key guide. It's your torch in how you move ahead. Then you develop action plans. These are critical for implementation. And in there, you must know how to monitor that as well. 5 is the implementation strategies that include monitoring and evaluation. Then finally, how you measure your progress and evaluate yourself in implementation. So that is as far as the business plan is concerned and how it works. The last is adjust and refine a business plan. This adjustments and refinement is informed by many factors. One is the inaccuracy of the projections that you make at the beginning. When the reality sets in, you realize this parameter is not aligned to what we thought we should achieve. You need to make an adjustment. The other could be a change in the law or regulations that impact on what you planned. You need to make those adjustments. Others, technological advancements, you need to refine your business plan. Competition in the market, you must adjust. So don't have a mind that says we can't change our business plan. It's a Holy Bible and we are stuck with it. No. You must be able to adjust and refine a business plan. This aspect of refining and adjusting a business plan goes to the policies that you have as a law firm. Remember the emphasis of having policies at the beginning. Every good policy must have, within the policy itself, a stated period of review, whether it's annual or 3 years, but there must be a provision that in a policy that says at the end of every 12 months, we shall look at this policy and review it. Thank you very much. That is the presentation we had this morning. In terms of Q&A, I don't know how we are doing on time. So we are allowed to take a few questions. And be sure I'll feed almost all questions back to you. Do we have any questions here or those online? Any questions? Talking about technology, even those of us as in my generation, I'll tell you about myself as an individual. My thought process, I got to realize, is aided by having a pen in the hand and a paper and at times scribbling nothing or drawing funny lines and diagrams. I think of something as so how does that get impacted by moving away from pens and paper and because now I have nothing in my hands, I have to struggle with my thought process. Technology answers all that. And that's why you have something, I can't run away from this now. This is called Remarkable. You can write on it, you can write on iPad and so on. But there's something different about this one. It feels and even has that paper sound. So for me, I'm at home with it. I scribble, I make funny notes, I note down whatever comes into my mind. Okay? Yeah. But finally, I found something in technology that helps me be who I am. Questions, please? let's start here.
Thank you very much, our senior Resida, for taking us through, this very important process. As you've rightly pointed out, I think for most of us in law practice, this issue of making a business plan is not something that we initially took very seriously. The view is go and find your client, carry out the instructions. If the client has more work, continue doing the work, try to see how to stay with that client and get more. So the process of going into making a business plan has not been something that most of us have actually put into practice. And for me, I think mine is more of a comment that we do have people who have skills in this particular area. So when they tell us make a business plan does not mean we lawyers who are very good at other things, that in this case you do not seek help. So for me, what I would like to tell our colleagues is that sometimes we need to go out and seek help. There are business advisors out there, there are consultants out there who can come and put your ideas into a proper business plan. I think for quite a number of us, what makes us stop or not start is the fact that when you start looking at most of these things, you ask yourself, where am I going to begin? So in this particular instance, just like the way, even though we are called learned friends, for this one, we might need a bit of help. I would like to advise that seek a consultant to try and help put your the ideas that you would have for the firm and the things that you do to put a proper business plan that you can then probably improve as you go on. Thank you. That's my comment.
Thank you very much, Nigel. Oh, you didn't tell us your names. I could have helped you on that, but
Okay.
from your own voice.
Yes, my name is Emily Gakiza. I work with Otis Advocates.
Thank you for that excellent presentation. I'm Nigel Priestley, one of the trainers, and I feel as if I've already learned from you. Could you just say, for example, in your own firm, how did COVID impact, and did that mean that you had to change some of the ways of doing things? We've been coming since 2003. 2003, there was no oil, well, the oil was there in Lake Albert, but it hadn't been discovered. What, for example, has been the impact of that eventuality, the arrival of oil on the legal profession? Because those are eventualities that, in one sense, you couldn't have been foreseen. I mean, the oil, yes, maybe, but COVID has certainly impacted upon us in England and changed practices. And this might sound like a stupid comment to you, but we got stuck very comprehensively in Kampala traffic yesterday. Given the traffic, is there a new way that one has to relate to clients? Is there a reason why you wouldn't use Zoom or Teams as a way of or are you doing, to avoid people becoming trapped in what is clearly becoming a gridlock in the center of Kampala? I just ask you these in terms of how you deal with it. You were saying very clearly, you might have a business plan, but you can't stick to it because things come along.
Thank you. Any other? If you have a third one, then I take them at a go. Okay, as we wait for those online, if there are any, let me comment on this. Emily, thank you for that contribution. Indeed, remember, as I said, I've never made a business plan, but I'm a consumer of business plans in different areas. I've seen them in the boards I sit on. I've got one where I work. So don't struggle trying to make it, but whoever is making a business plan for you, like an architect, must know what you want. Must know what you want, and you have to be clear. You have to be very, very clear. You have to be interactive as well, because they tell you in the marketing, this is what it means. It's up to you now to think about it and give feedback. And let me say this, yes, many of us may not have had this. It's not too late, including making policies. It's not too late if you don't have an HR policy, if you don't have a policy on confidentiality and so on, please, it's not too late. Make one. And the beauty of the business plans, they keep you aligned. Let me give an example of one area maybe where many lawyers seem to do business. This is with the banks. Now I realize I don't know how many banks we have today. But we had 25 banks. The capital requirement issues, I think, made a few of them, 1, 2, or 3 of them, readjust to a lower tier or fall out. But whatever the number is, all these banks have in-house lawyers. They have fully fledged legal departments. How are you going to impress them that you are serious, that you... It's not that you are going to waive your business plan, but it helps you. It helps you in defining yourself. And at times, there are niche areas. I think marketing, the presenters will cover quite a bit of this, as I said. So, do you, for instance, have a USP? Do you have a unique selling point that you can pitch with? How do you develop that? How do you document it? So, Emily, thank you for that contribution. Let's be aware that there are people who make business plans, but let's also be aware that it's up to us to engage them and guide them on what we need. How did the COVID impact on how we do things? Yes, it had impact. And one of the impacts is in our firm, we subscribe to Zoom. So that means there's an annual subscription that is there. So in the budget, there's something added because of COVID. And it's not about to go away. This one is there. There's no running away from it. It's there. It's a necessity. It's a good tool. It makes life a lot easier. Yesterday, we had the Zoom presentation going on with many people involved. Talking about the jam, I was trying to imagine if the 11 of us had to try and get into one place and start on time. We would have struggled. But we were able to start on time because to us, virtual. The host that time was on the Teams. So all these are available. That's probably one of the most significant changes out of COVID that has stayed with us. The one in that we don't quite see in legal practice that is prevalent in others, flexible working hours, the ability to work from home. We don't quite see that in mainstream legal practice. And that even includes those who are doing a lot of transactional work. It's not as prevalent as in other jurisdictions. For those that are purely focused on transactional work, there's that element, but we are back to offices fully. The other effect of COVID is, I think it enhanced the uptake of changes. Resistance to change is probably less. Because there's one good thing about COVID, it made it inevitable. It made things inevitable. Whether I like this or not, that was it. So when changes are introduced, even unrelated to COVID, the uptake, the resistance to the uptake is better, the resistance is less. And we've seen a bit of this. which is a positive. I think those are the main areas I would comment on. Any other question? Do you have any questions online?
Amy, please unmute and kindly ask your question.
Thank you so much. We had for a starting lawyer. Would you put some of these business planners, not just senior counsel, is cited that there are very many business advisors around, but there are those advisors who can exaggerate the fees or the amount for them to come up with a business plan. Senior counsel, would you recommend some business planners who can really help, especially young lawyers who are starting up in this profession? I thank you.
Thank you. Any other?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tibangongo Sanyo from Tibangongo Sanyo and Company Advocates. Mr. Resida, thank you for a wonderful presentation. Mine is on billing. I wanted to find out if you have got instructions from a client, do you first request them to pay maybe 50% before you start the assignment? Yeah, personally, I've suffered. I've done work, and I have a few clients who have not paid me, save for transport.
Thank you.
Maybe.
Two more and we close.
Thank you so much. Ronald Chigunda, my name is. I work with KM Advocates. I want to just supplement with on her question. I normally find myself doing criminal matters, which I never wanted initially, but they follow me a lot. But these are clients who will call you in a very tricky position. You know how criminal matters are. Somebody is already in a fix. It's either they're taking him or her, and they need that lawyer to come and rescue them. And I find it very unbecoming to discuss fees at that moment. And most of them, my first question would be, who gave you my number? Who referred me to you? And after telling me the person, I would still call that person. Did you give this person my number? Yes, I did. Then I build trust that, okay, I'm meeting the person who somebody has already referred me to. But I've had scenarios where you immediately intervene and get this issue sorted, and then the client it will become a problem paying now. I don't know how you would, it more or less looks the same like us, whether it is prudent for you to start to bill immediately, or because this is a person who is already vulnerable, they need help immediately, you come and get things sorted, and then because normally you would negotiate for, or you would bill after work is done, and then they start changing the language totally changes altogether. Kindly advise. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Now, the first question is quite pointed. It says, the market is hard to penetrate. What would a lawyer do? How do you advertise? And so on. I will request not to delve much into it as a presentation in the course of the day, a whole presentation on these aspects. And so I believe that will be very, very well covered. My belief is based on having benefited from our other facilitators over the years. They have been very kind to Uganda Law Society, and they've been coming here over time. I think, Niger, I've attended 3 of yours. I did 1 with you. So I know that, and I'm confident that a lot of this will be covered. But having said that, the market is indeed difficult. How do you penetrate? What do you do? How do you advertise? One way of advertising, I'm encouraging you, is when Uganda Law Society is hosting functions and they approach us for assistance, please do. Please do. Because they put you on their flyers, they acknowledge your assistance, and you are within the confines of the law. The law council won't take you on for that. The other is, don't miss networking opportunities. And there are many. Like now, the ones who are physically here. You can imagine at lunchtime, they will inevitably, whether they want it or not, they will inevitably have networking opportunities. But having said that, always remember that, and this goes a lot in a business plan, always remember that legal services are looked at as a cost center. You are not a revenue center to clients. You are a cost center. So you are a burden. You are a burden. So be mindful of that all the time, and see how to present yourselves, how to plan your business. Because you are a cost center, you're not a revenue center in a business of a client. And there's a way you can add value even in terms of enhancing their revenues, so that that aspect of being a cost center is mitigated. Advisors who are costly, do we know of any that are not without advertising any? Yes, there are a few that are reasonably priced. Maybe I'll ask Doreen. I could share a few names later. And the Law Society will see if you can generate some kind of, beyond me, if you can generate some kind of data bank of advisors who can help in this important function. The other question was about instructions from a client. Do you ask for an upfront payment? Why do you run into problems and so on? There are a few key things. One is clarity from the beginning. Don't leave gray areas to be discussed along the way when it comes to fees. Try to understand the scope of your work, the scope of engagement, understand it, discuss your fees and agree. Beyond the fees, agree on the terms of payment. What is paid at inception, what is paid at which milestone, and how you go about it. And once you have done, please, colleagues, ensure you have a good engagement letter signed off, so that no one forgets, between you and your client, no one forgets your bargain and how you're going to go about it. And obviously, having done that, then make sure that you deliver. The other was, thank you for the supplement to the discussion. Obviously, marketing has a cost. So it's going to be part of your budget, your estimates, the things that need to be done. If, for instance, you are going to print 1,000 pens which are marked, and I believe those are still enough. If I had them and I'd come with 50 to give to each of you, that's a form of marketing. But those pens have a cost. So what are the things that you can do within what is permissible on the websites? Make sure you have a presence, a digital presence. But what is permissible on law firms' websites without being accused of advertising, contrary to our regulations? There's quite a bit there. And the website talks a lot about a law firm, it's globally available. Those are some of the areas that I believe will be covered in the presentation later. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to share this, and I've enjoyed the interaction. Again, thank you for having me here this morning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Resida. We do appreciate it. Let's give him another hand clap. Thank you so much. There's been a very eye-opening discussion on setting up a business plan. As lawyers, we always come and discuss very serious things, so my duty shall be to deal with those things that are also necessary to your well-being. A successful law firm. As an individual, don't forget to be happy. Don't forget to enjoy yourself. Don't be very sad all the time. So I would like to, at this point, deviate a bit and tell you a few stories. I like to storytell. So when I listened to Senior Resida, I remembered a few instances in practice when he was talking about networking. Maybe about 15 years ago, I was, my boss sent me to pitch for an Indian client in Jinja, so I had to be at my best behavior and sell what we're doing, give them a lot of hope that we shall deliver. So I traveled to Jinja, and he had requested me to meet at his residence. So when I went, the wife was there and he was not there. And it was one of those hot months when it is very hot. So the wife invited me in and offered a glass of very lovely juice. You know when it is hot and you see that very nice juice, and there is either cinnamon or something. So because it was very hot, I felt it rude to ask what the contents were. So I went straight and drank the very cold juice. And as you can imagine, that juice had pepper. Because, I mean, Indians have a lot of pepper, so even in their juice, they have pepper. So my mind just got formatted because in my entire life, I'd never had pepper in the juice. So as you can imagine, that day really died because I could not progress beyond the pepper, which had reformatted my mind completely. So as you network, also be mindful that you learn how to eat some pepper, just in case you have an Indian client who will give you a glass of juice that has pepper. There is coffee and tea. Feel free to move up, pick a cup of tea, and come back to your seats. We shall be carrying on with the session. Having said that, we're going to move on to the next session, and that is how to grow and manage a successful law firm. This session is going to be conducted by two facilitators. One would be the Honorable Mr. Justice Ranjit Upal and Mr. Nigel Priestley. I shall briefly run through their profiles so you have an idea of who they are. They've been involved with the Law Society maybe 20 years because they're from the Huddersfield Law Society. So they've really been involved in our day-to-day activities, and they've helped a lot in the growth of the society. I shall start with the Honorable Mr. Justice Ranjit Upal. He's the district judge in the North Eastern Circuit, based at the Huddersfield County Court in England. Prior to his appointment, he was in practice as a legal practitioner, having qualified in 1997 as a solicitor. And that also came with being the first sink in Huddersfield to qualify as a solicitor in that area. In the year 2000, he became a partner at Parker Bard Solicitors and continued to work with them until they merged with Sweet Alskis. And upon that merger, he was made head of the Child Care Law Department. This was in line with his specialization in family, child care, and immigration. That the firm had 12 offices and a staff of 350. In 2006, at 33 years of age, he was appointed the youngest and first Asian president of the Huddersfield Law Society, and that was in its 126-year history. In 2016, he was also named Solicitor Advocate of the Year at the National Law Society Excellence Awards in London. And in 2010, he was appointed deputy judge, and in 2020, he was appointed full-time district judge. His colleague, Mr. Nigel Priestley, is a senior partner at Ridley & Law, also a Huddersfield law firm. The firm has 4 offices, and their team comprises of 110 members. The firm's specialty is in family law, private clients, litigation, and property law. Mr. Nigel is also a leading expert in kinship care, adoption breakdown, and care proceedings, and also a member of the children's panel. Throughout his very long career, he's achieved the following awards. He was named the National Kinship Care Legal Champion. In 2010, he was named Solicitor of the Year in the Law Society Excellence Awards. In 2017, he was named Lawyer of the Year in Yorkshire. He's also former trustee of the Family Rights Group. All these accolades have now culminated into him being a member of the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire, MBE. Justice Ranjit and Mr. Nigel Priestley are going to teach us how to grow and manage successful law firms. After their 45 minutes of teaching us, we'll be free to ask questions or comments. And those online, you can either post a comment or raise up your hand, and then we can hear your question. Ladies and gentlemen, we please welcome Justice Ranjit and Mr. Nigel.
Thank you very much for such a warm and welcoming introduction. Can I say on behalf of the Huddersfield Law Society that we are delighted to be invited back to Kampala. As lawyers talking to lawyers, this is a collaboration of two law societies. Can I start by saying what Alex has spoken about, I really think was very insightful. It was knowledgeable. Every page of his presentation there was key aspects to take away from. I would use his presentation in England to all the associates and lawyers that I used to employ, because it was absolutely correct in each aspect and the importance of a business plan. What Alex spoke about, you could spend a day on that content. There's a lot of information there, and in the time available, we're going to give an overview. Similar to Alex, I will talk about how do we grow and manage a successful business. And I think the key thing here is you are running a business. Don't fall into the trap that we are lawyers, we have a law firm. It is a business. Whether you have a limited company client or partnership, whether your client is selling cars, property, whether they're dealing in oil, they are the same as you. You have a business. And the lady asked about when do we charge? Do we charge a deposit, 50%? Somebody says, I have a criminal client. He is desperate for legal services. Do I charge? Does your bank give you money for free? Will your bank say, don't pay the loan this month? No. You are a business first. So you must look after your business. And what Alex said is having a terms and conditions letter saying these are our services and these are our charges. That is transparency. Having that on your website saying, look, we will provide these services. We provide a gold standard, but we will charge. The clients will know this. I am a committed lawyer. I represented many vulnerable people. So sometimes I would do pro bono work. But again, I will be clear when I will do pro bono work. It's not whenever a client calls me. And as the gentleman said, I received a phone call from somebody and I said, where'd you get my number? He says, from your mum. My mum will always give my mobile number to people and say, Ranjit will help you. But Ranjit has a business. He has partners. He has staff. I have to look after all these people. So growing and managing a business is really important. If I can go to the next slide, please. That is the background, which I'm going to skip because Alex has given that intro already. But talking about a business plan for the business. If you have 5 departments, do you have a business plan for each department? Because litigation department is a different business model to conveyancing, property transactions, probate, wills. If you're doing family law, very different market in Uganda. Do you have a business plan for that department? I had 12 offices and I had 18 different law departments. So we had plans for each department because it's different. Different budget, different seniority. The marketing was different. Some was online, some was networking. The overheads were different. So as Alex talked about the business plan, you would amend this for each department. The importance of the business plan, though, is not to be undersold. The business plan will inform all the partners as to what the vision is of the business. The business plan will tell your lawyers what is the goal, what is the aspiration, where is the weakness, where is our strengths, what do we want to achieve in these 12 months, 24 months, 36 months. The business plan should cover maybe 3 years. And it should be reviewed maybe quarterly, biannual, annual. So, if you can click the next, please. So looking at the legal practice that we have, whether it's in the UK, US, or in Uganda, it's very simple. It's a business, so we can use the same policies. They apply in each area. Hopefully, in the time I've got today, I will talk a bit about the practice management and how do we ensure our business is successful. One of the problems we have, of course, and Alex touched on this, is if you're a new startup, it's very hard to know how many clients you will have. What is your turnover going to be? But what you will know is, or you should know is, if you open the door today to your law firm, what is the cost for the first 4 weeks? Lease, electricity, gas, paper, printer, post, marketing, staff overheads. You should know what your overheads are for the first 4 weeks, the first 8 weeks, first quarter, 6 months, 12 months. Because that's how much money you need to pay for your business. And if you only have one client, then you must have deep pockets because you will need capital. And how much capital do you need? Because otherwise you may struggle. So we'll talk about that in a moment. I'm happy to take questions on partnerships towards the end, but I'm not going to spend too much time on partnerships. But from my history, I have been in a 6-partner firm. I had a problem with 2 of my partners. They had a relationship and they got married. And suddenly there was a conflict because when one partner said something, the married couple would support the other person. And that isn't a business. And over time, we felt there was a conflict in the partnership, so we split the firm. Partners retired, so we became a 2-partner firm. Very successful. But then we had an exit strategy. I wanted to be a full-time judge. So we then merged with a 12-partner firm as equity partners. And we grew this to 18, 20 partners, 350 staff. So the business plan is not just for the business, it's for you as well. One of the things, depending on your business and how big you are, is to think about which are the important parts of the business plan. So if you're a partnership, or sorry, if you're a sole trader, it's one person, but if you're in a partnership of 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 people, do you have a finance committee? Does your finance committee review everybody? Directors, partners, associates, fee earners, paralegals? Do you have a strategy committee to look at strategy, impact of COVID, impact of oil, impact of new business, artificial intelligence, solar panel, electric energy? Who is looking at your strategy? 3, marketing. Who is responsible for the marketing? Is there a committee? HR, staff development, staff recruitment, staff promotion. And then number 5, management. Who is doing day-to-day management? Who is looking after the business on a day-to-day? Those were 5 committees which I think are essential to a business. We had many more. I was on all 5 as a partner. And there was 5 partners in 18 partners who were on all 5. And we ran the business. So think about that within your own organization. Next slide, please. So what does the future hold for a Kampala lawyer or a Ugandan lawyer? What does it hold for your business? For those of you online or in the room who are prepared to embrace this question, but more than that, and it's the second part, actively manage your business, then the positive is good. The future holds good news for you. If you do not actively manage your business, you will go static, you will regress, you will not do well. And by actively manage, I mean financial hygiene of your business. Is it clean? Is it organized? Is it transparent? A good business, if it has good hygiene, the bank will be pleased with you. You will get better loans. You will get better clients. You will attract better partners because they see transparency. I used to have a partner who used to like to put his hand in our cash tin. Every evening he'd go in and take £50. I have expenses. Oh, I have expenses. That's not good. It's not hygiene. I had to take away the tin. I said, you're not getting any more money out of the business for personal expenses. This should be done properly. Secondly, Alex touched on this again from a business perspective. You must be compliant with your regulations, your obligations, risk management. What does the Law Society require of you as a business? What do your customers require of you, your clients? What do the courts require? What are the standards that you can comply with? You must have this within your business plan, within your business model. Looking at these things with your business plan, you develop your strategy. And if you can do this, as I say, the future is looking better for you than your competitors. One of the key things, probably the key message today from my presentation is this. If you can look after your business will look after you. Business first. If we have 3 partners in a firm and I'm thinking about my own interests, I want a new car, I want a G-Class Mercedes, I want this, I want some expenses, and my partner is doing the same, we're spending too much money, the business will suffer. Nigel and I were talking over breakfast, and as we were talking, we were saying, if you have a 3-partner firm, how many people sit around the table? 3? If it's a 6-partner firm, how many sit around the table? 6? I said no. In a 3-partner firm, there should be 4 chairs. The 3 partners, the 4th chair is the business. If you were a limited company, if you have a client, I know Ugandan law firms cannot yet have limited company status, but if you had a client and you're familiar with limited companies, the company is an entity, it is a being, it employs all the directors, shareholders. So if you're a partner in a firm, you suddenly become employed by your company. So if you look after the company will look after all the people in the business. Same in a partnership. So always look after the business and the business will look after you. If there is a conflict between your interest and the business should come first. Next slide, please. So this is to look in first. Look at your own business. Look inwards. Look at your business. Do an audit. Do a risk assessment. Bring in a consultant. Because we all pretend that we know our business, but we don't. We gloss over the weaknesses. But if you can reflect on your own business first, then you can look out and see, how do I grow? Where is my future? So you really, as a partnership, as a business, even with your associates, your lawyers, paralegals, have small meetings. Ask them about their views of your business because they will tell you something different. Now, if you bring somebody in, external, your junior staff will be more open and more honest. They can be told it's anonymous. The partners don't need a name. We don't need to know which lawyer said what. We just want to know what you think so we can develop and learn and grow. Your staff are a key resource, so use them. Next slide, please. So I mentioned financial hygiene, and these are some of the things that we want to think about. Financial stability. Is your business stable? In the first year of a new startup, it's very hard to be stable. Very unpredictable costs and income. 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 20-year firm, far easier to be financially stable. How do we achieve this? We'll discuss. Transparency, I've mentioned. Again, for your accountants, the bank, your partners, for yourself. If you have transparency, then you have confidence that your business is doing well. When we talk about a business, just moving away from a law firm, if you had a grocery store and we look at sales, how many sales have you, how many loaves of bread have you sold? That is sales. Then we have stock. How many loaves of bread are still in the storeroom? So in legal terms, we have sales of services, revenue, but then you have work in progress. Maybe your clients owe you $10,000 worth of work in progress. That's a work in progress. And that'll be at the top. Then we have debts, and then we have profit. I had a partner who used to say, let's increase the work in progress on the accounts, because that will increase our profit margin. And I said, well, that's fooling you. It's fooling the bank. It's not genuine. Why are we doing this? This is wrong. It's not transparency. You're simply massaging your accounts to make it look better than it is. Who are we fooling? And he used to do this before I became a partner. And I said, that's not going to happen under my partnership. So that's transparency. Working capital. Important. What are your assets? Your current assets in the business minus your liabilities. Another way in simple terms is cash less debt. Okay? So how much money is owed to you? Take that off the cash, and then you have working capital for growth. Suddenly you're hit by COVID. You need to buy a license for Teams or Zoom. You need to buy staff more laptops so they can work remotely for the first 6 months of COVID. There could be a roof collapse. You need business expenditure. So working capital, do we know what that is in your business today? You know, you should know this figure. You should know it every morning, essentially, every week. Cash flow. Again, who looks after cash flow in your business? Do you have a spreadsheet which shows you your projected income this week, next week, for 12 months? Per department, per fee earner, per office? And do we have overheads? When is your lease due? When is your lease payment due? When is your ULS fees due? These are things that you have to think about. So, and fifth, I've put there income versus overheads. This is all financial hygiene that you need to cover in your business.
I want to give you a really practical example. We've been talking about new firms, but in fact, catastrophe can affect long-established firms. In the town that we live, we have a football team called Huddersfield Town, and the shares were taken over relatively recently by a company called Pure Management. Pure. Now, Pure was a legal firm, and the man who owned it was said to have assets of £250 million. He had 6 separate linking law firms bringing in personal injury fees. In fact, he may have said it was worth 250 million, but the firm has collapsed spectacularly because in England, the income that's coming in from personal injury work has changed because of government regulation. And we have seen some firms owing tens of millions of pounds. And these were firms that were established. They believed that when it said that they had work in progress of 36 million pounds, it wasn't there. And if ever there was a lesson for firms that are established that believe they are worth more money than in practice they actually were, never confuse work in progress with profit.
The firm that Nigel talked about, my former partners bought a lot of their work. My former partners bought almost at cost. And they were able to finance this with a bank loan. They got the work very cheap. Why? Because the bank knew my former firm is very slick, is very organized. The accounts are very good. And they can see the transparency. So we got good borrowing rates. We bought this work cheap. And now when we do the audit, we'll clean it and we'll have the work in progress at the correct value. So we probably paid, or they paid, maybe 50, 60% less than what it was worth. Why? I say financial hygiene. Can I go forward 2 slides, I think? And again. So when you're looking at your business, do you compare your fees? Lawyers want to win all the time. Okay, it's in our DNA. You want to win. So if you've got 5 lawyers, who makes the most money? In my firm, certainly I as a lawyer used to get a buzz from knowing I was making more fees than my partners. I just felt like I was doing more work. But if you've got associates, paralegals, how many fees are they making? Do they know? Do you know? And do you compare that to the last quarter? Do you compare it to the last financial year? As a business, per department, per office, what did they turn over as fees compared to last year? Now, if it's static, so it's been a difficult year. You know, the market's been crowded. There's new businesses, new law firms. We've made the same amount of fees. Maybe you're okay with this. Maybe that's good. We've not dropped. That's acceptable. We've taken no new lawyers on. We've lost no staff, so we're the same. Is that good? If it declines, you can see it's gone down. Maybe your fees have gone down because you've lost somebody through retirement. Somebody's gone to a competitor, so you've got less fee earners. Or maybe it's gone up. You need to look at this trend and then try to work out why. Why are your fees static? Why have they grown or gone down? And which fee earner in your business is doing the best? Which department is doing the best? And now compare that to overheads. Look at your overheads for the last 12 months, 24 months compared to this year. Now, if your fees are static, but your overheads have gone up, it means your profit has dropped. And that's not a good trend. And if you put that onto a spreadsheet and look at a graph, you'll see the difference between your turnover and your overheads. And if that gap is growing, it's a problem, the wrong way. If your fees are going down and your overheads are going up, that's bad. The ideal model is fees up, overheads down. And therefore your profit margin is growing. Interesting question. Do you know what your percentage profit is in Kampala, in Uganda? Do you know if you make 25% profit as a business, 30% profit? Do we know what that compares to your competitors? Do we know how that works compared to last year? Another important message, never be a busy fool. You can be very busy in a business. You could be doing networking, you could be doing client services, you could be doing strategy. But if you're too busy, you're a busy fool. Focus on what you can achieve realistically and have somebody else do the other things. But somebody needs to do this. If you can't do it, if you haven't got the time to do this, then you must have somebody in the business who is responsible for finance every day. Not once a month, every day.
And again, just a quick comment. I know that my firm, I'm now so old, nobody will let me anywhere near our accounts. But my firm it goes into a group with about 5 or 6 firms and has been in this group now for probably 15, 20 years. All firms of a similar size, and they meet together. It was set up by somebody who people used to use as a consultant. They meet and they are absolutely transparent. They all sit down in a room, they're from all over the country, and lay out their accounts. And they talk about what's been happening in the year. And so they're open to learn actually from each other. And I know they only meet for about 2 days. Now you may say, "My goodness, I wouldn't do that. I don't trust the other firms." Find a way. How do you know when Ranjit says, "How do you know what other firms are making?" How do you know what other firms are doing? Have they got ideas that actually you can implement because they're similar to you? There's an openness and transparency sometimes. I only throw that in as an idea. It may not work here. What I'm emphasizing really is that working with others and being actually subject to critical testing is better than not looking at all.
Thank you, Nigel. Next slide, please. So, several issues, I think, which I wanted to highlight with you in a law firm. So the critical issues. Question really is, how is work generated in your business? Where does your clients come from? Are your clients businesses? Which sector? Are they individuals? Family? Adoption? Divorce? Are they sole traders? Small businesses? Are your customers, your clients, do they have revenues of over, I don't know, $1 million a year turnover? What kind of business clients do you have? That's important because really the question is, can you service these clients? Do you have the right lawyer in your business to service that client? Or, as Alex says, the business plan, the strategy, how do you attract that lawyer to meet this client's demands? Look at your new clients, as I've said, but existing clients. In most firms in England, you would have a file reference number, maybe 1234, stroke 1. So client 1234, stroke 1 is his first case with us. If he's a repeat client and he comes back again, still the same 1234 because that's his specific number, but stroke 2. He's the second time he's come back to us. 1234, stroke 10. He's come back 10 times. So I have clients who've come back 15, 20 times because they're buying and selling property. And we know he's a good customer, he's a good client. Need to keep him. If it's a stroke 1, he's a new business. If he's a good paying customer, we want to keep him as well. So you need to look at your existing clients. Again, are they, for some reason, coming out of one area of Uganda? Sometimes when we do marketing campaigns, you suddenly find you have an influx of clients from another area of England and Wales. Nigel does lots of national work across the UK. So he's based in the north of England, but he may get suddenly clients from 200 miles away because he did a test case. And it was in the news, BBC News reported on it. The TV interviewed him. So suddenly he's getting 10, 15 clients in London when he's 200 miles away. And he will know this. So they will target this area for new business. Other critical issues to think about is, as I've mentioned, delegation. You can't do everything. So maybe if you have some new clients, new customers, maybe you take on some paralegals. Maybe you take on some backroom staff, admin. Like some of the people in the room, I'm one of the old lawyers. So my IT skills were never that good, but I've had to learn. I too now use an iPad and a stylus. I can script write and it changes it to type font. As a judge, I now type my own judgments. But in practice, I had a secretary, a paralegal, a trainee. I could use any resource in my business from anybody to help me. If I needed a spreadsheet, they would create it. I don't have the same support now. So IT is important. And I think the younger generation are far better at IT than some of us older lawyers. IT is not just about those things, it's social media, it's case management systems. Case management is expensive, but the sooner you can start using it, it will streamline your business. It will save time. You can produce standard letters. You can upload emails to clients' ledgers. You can do the finance. It will reduce your overheads. So in your business plan, in your strategy, look at case management, look at the cost, look at the investment. Maybe it's something you can finance with a 4-year plan, but it's worth, if you want to grow, it's worth having case management systems in place. I want to move on to time captured. How is time captured? Time captured is about time recording. If you see a client for 100 hours over 2 years, how is this recorded? Sometimes the client will say, come and help me with this problem. You do the problem, you charge them, they pay. But how many hours did it take? How many staff worked on this file? How many emails, letters, how many phone calls? How many attendances? How many hours were you traveling? How many hours at court? I would encourage you to look at time recording across your firm. I know some of the larger firms certainly time record now in Uganda. Imagine if me and Nigel were working on a case. He's in his firm, I'm in my firm. Similar job. We both charge our client $10,000. Okay? Same fee. Nigel took 100 hours to do this job, but I took 50 hours. I'm more profitable. I did it in half the time. But how do I know this? We will only know this if we have recorded accurately time. And time recording is a skill. I used to have my paralegals, trainees, associates. I would tell them, have you time record all your phone calls, all your letters, emails per client today? Say, no, Ranjit, I'm going to do it. I've got it on a piece of paper and I'll do it. No, stop. Put it on the system now because you will forget. Do it straight away. So we're going to move on to fixed fees, which I know Nigel wants to speak about.
Just finishing about time recording. We spoke here probably 10 or 15 years ago about time recording and encouraged you to do it. And I know some people did take it up. But one issue that it's so helpful about is this. Let's say, for example, you are working on a file and then somebody says, oh, well, my partner's, she's ill, she's away, and you must do some work on this. And how do you show that in addition to your own client's work, you've been working on somebody else's? And how do you show, for example, that although they may put a bill in for, say, $2,000, in reality, it's you who's done the 1,000 or the 1,500. And that's really important in terms of weighing up everybody's worth within a firm. Yes, it can also be about, one of the key things that we have in England is if you charge it $2,000 because your charge out rate is $100 an hour, but your paralegal is only 50, and you're saying, oh, well, I've done all the work, you may find that the client comes and bites your leg because they say, well, actually, very clear, you didn't do all the work. And people can get into, certainly in England, have been getting into big trouble over that. Let me just speak very quickly about fixed fees. I use fixed fees quite a lot. I specialize in adoption breakdown. Now, I know that will not be something that you understand in the sense of having it as an area of law, but in England, we are the leading firm in the country dealing with adoption, and sometimes adoptions break down. And people come to us, and sometimes we have to write to local authorities, we have to ask that they take the child back into care. And so what we do, we will say, well, how do I do this? So we will now give them a figure. We will say, look, I want you to give me, say, £1,500 plus VAT. And we have a standard letter which we send out and say, for £1,500 plus VAT, we need you to, one, give us a breakdown of all that's happened within that's led you to this point. Two, send us a copy of all the reports that you might have that's causing as why this child's behaving in this way. Three, tell us what it's like day to day. And then I say, with this, I'll speak to you again, and then I will write to the local authority, and they will come back. Now, why do we do it this way? Because it's most of the time it's manageable. People can understand. For this, I get this, and I would say two ways in which this helps. Firstly, and we may talk about when it's right, we came with a man called Jeremy Garside about 20 years ago, and he said you must always bill. He did training. He said there is something called the gratification curve. And now what's the gratification curve? You bill when people want you. You don't bill when people don't want you. The temptation for many lawyers is to bill at the end of the case. Well, by that stage, the client doesn't need you. So what's the pressure upon him paying you? But he does need you in steps through the case. So ask for money. Ask for money. Because it's so much easier. When they need you, they will pay you. When they don't need you, then you're chasing debts. And the second thing that I would say is, it's taken a long time for me to get this across. But I say we are the national experts on adoption. So let's have confidence to bill, to ask them for money up front, for fixed fees. Because at that point, they are desperate. They know that we are good at what we do. And therefore, we ask them now to pay this figure.
Just keeping with fixed fees, I suppose. One of the advantages of knowing fixed fees is cash flow. If you have X number of clients and you've done a fixed fee, you can quite easily predict how much income you're going to get. Whereas if you're doing a case where you might get 50% at the beginning, maybe 50% at the end, and they may not pay you, then it's not cash. And there's a risk of that being a debt. So that's why fixed fee is helpful. I'm going to show you towards the end of the presentation some charts that I used to use in my business. And if I had in my family team 20 lawyers, and we were charging fixed fee on low-level value work, I could see those lawyers who were spending too much time. They were spending 20, 30, 40 hours on a job, which is a very low fixed fee. So it's not profitable. And I could see those lawyers who spent 10 hours on this case for the fixed fee, so it was profitable. So that's why it's also helpful to see how much time is being spent on a fixed fee. And I'll show you the chart in a moment about that. Just moving on to the next slide. One of the biggest overheads in a business is salaries. So if you can control your overheads in a business, it's better. And I have done this at each level. I used to have, as I say, a secretary, a paralegal, and a trainee solicitor. And the other partners would have a similar secretary and a paralegal and a trainee solicitor. And that's not just for vanity, it's just that I've got an entourage. But I felt I needed this. But if you put this across the firm with 6 partners, senior solicitors, associate solicitors, there's a lot of backroom staff. There's a lot of people who are not making fees. They're not earning you income. They are an overhead. So to run a business, you must manage your overheads. So I have gone from 1-to-1 ratio, one lawyer, 1 secretary. And I've gone from there to 3 lawyers to 1 secretary. So 3-to-1 ratio. So you imagine the reduction in overheads across a firm of 350 staff. It would be nice to have a secretary for everybody, but that is not how to run a business. Also look at your backroom staff. How many people work in your accounts department, if you have an accounts department, IT department? Now, if you've only got 1 office, it's not too bad. But when you start growing, you need to reduce these overheads. So receptionists, who takes all the new inquiries on the phone? You could have 1 phone number and that person could work from home, taking all the inquiries. If they have 200 calls a day, goes to 1 person, maybe two people. But you've got to think about the overheads for employment costs, because that will be your biggest expense, or certainly in the UK it is, it maybe less so in Uganda. Next slide, please. Cash is king. I'm sure you're all familiar with cash is king. It's a universal phrase. When looking at cash, do you know as a business what your cash flow is? Do you know this week that your tax bill is coming out? Do you know that you're paying the car leases, the business lease? Do we know what your expenses are this week and next week? What day do the wages come out? You must have a spreadsheet looking at this, even if it's a basic spreadsheet. Because let's say you're doing a marketing project online. You're going to do a big campaign on Facebook. You're going to hit everybody in one location in Kampala through a postcode, which Facebook can do this. If you are hosting a conference, maybe there's a large expense. What you don't want is all these expenses in the same week. If you're launching a new department, because you're going to go into artificial intelligence, solar energy, oil, you've got a big campaign. Worst case is it comes out on the same day as the wages and the same day as everything else. So unless you have a spreadsheet showing these, and in a spreadsheet, if you're paying your salary once per month, it's quite easy. Every month you know when it's going to come out. At the same time, you could try then to put a spreadsheet for your income, so you can see how much your cash flow is going to vary. And it's only a projection. It's not science, but it's a guide. It's a forecast. When looking at cash, and we look at overheads, I mentioned wages to you. Leases. Many firms will simply renew a lease. If you hire, I don't know, computers on a lease, maybe you buy them. Maybe printers, big printers. Whatever the equipment you use, cars, always look at the finance. Somebody has to look at the finance. Get 3 quotes, get 4 quotes, negotiate down. Do we need this?
Recording in progress.
Office space. I closed 2-3 offices in England, and I combined the staff into one office because I said we don't need this many offices. The clients will come to us. We can go and see the clients. I monitored footfall. How many customers, how many clients came into the office through reception? Or how many phoned in, telephoned in, or traveled in? And I did the analysis and I said, look, we can close these 2 offices, we can move these staff, and we will save this much money. What does that do? It increases profit because I still have the same turnover. I still have the same income. So look at your overheads. Do you need the biggest office? If you're going to do outreach, maybe work in another location in Uganda or Kenya in the future, what is required? What is your client? Is he a business? Is he individual? So that's something which you need to think about as a business if you're going to grow your business and be successful. I'm conscious of time, so I'm going to move forward. Next slide, please. Should be work in progress, debtors. Yeah, so work in progress, debtors, and lockup. As a new startup, you're keen to get the client in and do the work. You're scared to bill the client because he may not come back. But you are a business, whether you're 1 year old or whether you're 10 years old. So work in progress, we know, is how much work has been done for a client and how much money do they owe you. It's unbilled yet, it's just work in progress. Do we have that figure for your business? You must all know that figure every day because it's unbilled. It's money which is waiting to be cashed. Why would you have so much work in progress? If that number keeps going up, that's no good. Do you review that per fee earner? I used to have lawyers who used to love doing the work, but they'd hate to bill the client because they'd be embarrassed saying, oh, we need another £1,000, another £2,000. And I'd say, no, stop. Until he pays, you're not doing the work. I'll carry maybe £1,000 for a client, but not more than that, because he's getting a free service. My client wouldn't give his service for free. He charges his clients. You go to the doctor, private doctor, you go to a dentist, you go to the car. Anywhere you go, they're going to charge you. In England, we have a phrase, you can't sit in the dentist chair until you've paid. It's simple. And I'm happy to do free work, pro bono work, but there is a time and place for that. And that is part of your business model. And you'll maybe doing one client a week pro bono, or 2 or 3. But as a business, you've got to manage your work in progress. So that's your work in progress. Your debtor, let's say we build the client. We've billed him. We've billed this week, we've billed 100 clients. So we've billed, I don't know, $1,000, $10,000. Until they pay the bill, it's a debt. He's a debtor. Do you review how many debtors you have? Do we know how many days a bill is raised before it's paid? Are your bills paid within 7 days, 14 days, 30 days, 3 months, 90 days? How many debts do you have which are 6 months? Because as Nigel says, the longer you leave that, less chance you're going to recover it. Who is looking after your debt recovery? Who in the business? And it shouldn't be the lawyer, because he's going to earn more money seeing new clients. But who is going to chase this? It's far easier for the lawyer to say, look, Mr. Smith, you owe this much money. Can you please pay within 7 days? If not, my head of finance is going to get involved, and that's out of my control. So you've got good cop, bad cop, and the finance guy can say, well, I'm sorry, but these are the terms and conditions for all clients. We expect payment, and they can chase and get the money in. But lockup is the number of days it takes for you to convert debt to cash. And if you want to have a successful firm, we need cash, because you're looking after your employees, your staff, your partners, the business, and of course, yourself and your family. If you can look at a department and you see the work in progress each month has gone up, there's a problem. And you will not know this unless you have the number in a spreadsheet for the year. Because of course, if you're working on a file or 10 files or 100 files, there's always going to be some work in progress. But do we know what that float is in your business? Unless you've monitored this figure, you will not know. And if you grow into a 10-partner firm, 6-partner firm, 5-partner firm, the work in progress will grow because there's more lawyers, which is not a problem as long as you convert. I would build some of my clients every 7 days. I would charge some of my clients 3 times what a competitor may charge. And I'd say, look, I'm charging you 3 times more than you can go elsewhere. But what you'll get is with me, you'll get my mobile phone. You will get access to me 23.5 hours a day. And they'd say, well, why 23.5 hours? And I said, I picked the 30 minutes I'm not available. But you will get a gold service. I will do your job in half the time. I will make sure I send 1 letter, whereas the other lawyer will send 10 and charge you 10 times. Less, but 10 times will cost more. So it's giving that service to the client. So long as they know what your charges are and it's transparent and they sign your terms and conditions, then we're okay. So going forward again, looking back at now at the first slide. So what does the future hold? Are you able to actively manage your business? So focus on hygiene, regulation, risk. Look at your firm's direction. What is your objective? What are your strengths? If we can do these things, then you are in a far stronger position than your competitors. Next slide, please. So, conscious of time, 3 things to focus on in your business. One is, I've mentioned, is financial management. One is people management, staff development, and we're going to talk about that later, I think this afternoon. And then the customer service, the client service. Remember, what can stand you apart is how good you are. You may be a fantastic lawyer, but if you don't speak to your clients, you don't service them, if they have to ring your office 10 times to speak to you, that's no customer service. If you ring them, email them, update them, they'll be happy. So to have a successful business, you need all three. Next slide, please. Just a couple of things here to mention to you. The banks love this, and the bank is it should be your partner in business, essentially. But as I said before, cash flow is key, working capital is key. And the bank and the accountants will tell you that is the heart and lung of your business. If you have cash and you have working capital. Because the bank doesn't like you going there and saying, look, can I get a loan because I have some problems next week or next month? Because they will say, well, why do you have these problems? First question they're going to ask you is, how much money do the partners take out of the business each month? Why are they taking so much dividends or with drawings from the business if the business is struggling? And rather than give you a loan, they will say, well, reduce your drawings. You own the business, reduce it. You're taking too much money out. And they will then ask you other questions about your overheads. So that's why it's so important. If you want to grow as a business, sometimes you need a loan as an investment. Important. We've talked about the competition and such, but just a key thing there, 2008 banking crisis, global. Hit my firm by 2010. 2020, COVID. In 2008, 2010, we really struggled as a business. We really struggled. We had hardly any income for 6 months. We were just not getting paid. And I almost got to the point where I said to my partner, we have to stop. We cannot trade. We have insufficient working capital. We put money into the business to keep it going, to pay the wages. And we didn't have financial hygiene. Because we used to have so much money coming in, we weren't worried about the overheads. It had never been a problem. And now there was no money coming in. The overheads had never been managed properly. And I was a junior partner then. But then I changed it. And we got through. COVID hit, 2020, we were fine. We were organized. You know, we overnight, we let people work from home. We had capital, so those who didn't have a laptop because they used to work on desktops, we brought in laptops within 3 days and they could work from home. We had an IT department to put software on there. So you've got to look at these things. Just moving forward. So just a couple of things there. You can see there I've put efficient billing and collection. So have somebody in your finance team. If you haven't got somebody, get somebody. It can be a lawyer who spends half a day a week if you're a small business. If you're a big business, bring in somebody who's done an accounts degree student. Could be a student, could be somebody who's doing part-time work, but they should be, on your behalf, sending letters out, chasing people. But you've got to have a process for debt collection. I've mentioned work in progress, so I'm going to skip again because I know I'm being asked to speed up. Go again, please. So people management, I'm going to come on to later in another presentation. But this is a key aspect of the business. If you want to grow, you need the best staff. You need good lawyers. And we'll come and talk about this either this afternoon or tomorrow. Next slide, please. Couple of things to think about. What is your brand? What makes you stand out? What is your niche? Nigel is the national lead on adoption. He gets called by TV stations, BBC News, because if there's a headline, they'll go to him, his niche. Not commercial, not civil litigation, this is adoption. Customer service. Can you honestly say that you provide the best service to clients compared to your competitors? What do you do different? If you want to be big, if you want to be successful, the client is essential. You have no business without a client. You could be a really good, knowledgeable lawyer. You could know the law inside out. You could be a better advocate than your colleague. But if you're not servicing the client's needs, they won't come back to you. Price. Get your price right. Okay? You could have 3 young lawyers working under you. You charge more, they charge less. I wouldn't be doing basic work and charging £300 an hour. That wouldn't work. So you've got to look at your price structure. And how many people look at your competitors and see, do you ring round each firm and saying, how much you charge for a commercial transaction? And pretend to be a client. We used to do that. We used to do market research to make sure we are still competitive. We'd compare it to the cities, compare it to urban towns, and see that we have the right price structure. And then developing relationships, that's networking, which is a whole different presentation. Next slide, please. Just want to show you some of these are actual slides that I used to use in business. So fees billed per month and year to date. Okay? So the green is what each fee earner has billed this month. And the blue tells me what they've billed this year to date. Say I have a commercial team or a family team or a clinical negligence team. The whole team will get this with their names. But no one knows, the individual fee earner will know who they are, but the names will not be there. It'll say fee earner 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So Nigel won't know what Ranjit's billed because we'll keep that separate. But they can see how they compare to each other. And the directors and the partners can see how each person is performing. Next slide. Just another one. Traffic light. Very easy. Green and red. Are you on target? Are you not on target? So again, each lawyer in the firm knows whether you're a partner, whether you're an associate, senior solicitor, paralegal, you can see how are you performing. And if I look at this and I see so many reds, I'm going to have a discussion with the fee earner saying, look, is the target too high for you? Why is it too high? Because all your colleagues are still billing. So we look at that. Chargeable hours target. If I say to my staff, you have to do 8 chargeable hours a day, okay? And if they're only billing 2 hours a day, there's a problem. Maybe they're on holiday, maybe they were sick. But I would look at this monthly, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. If there's a pattern, there's a problem there. How do you review? And we talk about staff development. How do you look at bonuses? We look at their performance, but you need data. This is the data. Fixed fee. Somebody who is doing 47%, fee earner 5, they're working too many hours on a fixed fee, so it's over. We want it to be under, so they're working 4 hours and getting the fixed fee, so they're more efficient. So that's how we look at the model there. So that is, I think that's the end of the slides. Just want to finish really by saying, as you grow, you will want to make a partnership. You want to get bigger and bigger. Don't grow too soon. If you rush, the risk is you will fail because you'll be inefficient, lack of experience. Equally, do not go too slow because the market will continue to develop ahead of you. And we've seen many firms in our own town where they were big firms and they've stayed in the same space. And over time, they've been overtaken. So thank you very much. I'm going to stop there because we're running out of time.
Any questions?
Thank you so much. Well delivered and well packaged. Just a few comments, then I have a question. And one of the things you touched is when you say cash is king. It goes a lot to planning. And in Uganda, there are some unique things that affect how we do this. We don't easily learn for loans because we have very expensive money. Our rates of interest are prohibitively high. So that option is not a readily available option. And you've got to be careful how we go about it. Now that puts pressure on us on how to manage the little that we have. And we all know, those of us from Uganda, what COVID meant even for lawyers. You recall there was even an effort to assist young lawyers with some kind of relief. Again, I think Uganda Law Society made a call on our platforms to say, we have colleagues who are challenged, can we assist? So that puts pressure on planning, on are you able to hold a certain reserve as a minimum and so on. Nigel, you did talk about how do you know how other firms are doing? How do you go about certain challenges? One of the ways is build rapport with your colleagues. I should be able to get my phone and call a colleague who is a partner and say, how do you go about X? How is this panning out? Improving productivity is a key. One thing probably we don't emphasize enough is things to do with mental and physical aspects, the health aspects in a firm and how we factor those in. Then departments, that's critical, very, very critical. For instance, in fact, the head of our litigation, who is a partner, is here, is in this training. Richard. Yeah, he heads our litigation department and is a partner. Now, how his department relates to the others, what it means to the finance committee and so on is an interplay that is important. But there are some departments you have to think through. We don't have an IT department. We outsource. And that outsourcing means that there is someone in the company that gives us that service. There's someone who is available on call, but also has a minimum number of hours he must come in, whether needed or not. And we think that is financially effective. Now, my question comes to billing. And in that, there are two aspects. Many years ago, a lady was in a cafe in France and looked at a gentleman across the table, and the gentleman looked like Picasso. So the lady kept looking and walked over. You look like Picasso. By any chance, the gentleman said, yeah, I am. Oh, the lady was so excited. So he asked the gentleman, can you sketch my image? He said, oh, sure, I can. And in 5 minutes, the image was ready. She was so impressed. She asked how much it is. And Picasso said 3,000 francs. So the lady asked, 3,000 francs for 5 minutes? How? Picasso said, no, it's not 5 minutes. It is 36 years. The 3,000 francs is about 36 years, not the 5 minutes. And this goes to how much Nigel would bill per hour and how much a junior lawyer would bill. Now, so when it comes to billing and to be fair to clients, how do you decide? Of course, there are clients who insist, I must see a partner on this assignment. If I don't see a partner, there are issues. That's okay. There are others who don't say that. How do you decide the level of seniority so as to manage how the bill looks to your client? The second question is related to work that probably is not exactly in your practice. Like we don't do tax. Many of our clients come with tax issues. How do you go about that? Do you refer them to a law firm that does tax at the risk of exposing your own client to a law firm and probably we give in to competition? How do you manage that? Thank you.
Okay, Alex, I think I have at least 6 points there that you raised. Cash is king. Yes, that's true. And I get what you said about interest rates. So really, my response to that is working capital is key. If you're growing a business and you cannot look at the bank to borrow because the interest rates are not commercial, then if you want to grow, if you need to have a new department, you want to take on a new lawyer in a new area and they'll have no income for the first 6 months, then you need working capital. And this will be part of your financial risk management and your business plan. Because of course, you don't want to extend and put your business at risk. How other firms do things, either you can make a work with another 3 firms who are not competitors and see if you can cross-refer work. We in England used to use the phrase secret shopper. You know, you pay someone to make inquiries of your business and other businesses to give you information. The issue with regards to litigation department, in the UK we have lots of civil litigation which is no win, no fee. So you run a case and if you don't win, you'll have no fees. But you monitor the cases, so you do a risk and you think this case is going to be safe. So we will win this case and we will take money at the end. The obvious case would be road traffic accidents. If somebody has a rear end collision, they're driving to the back of you, it's almost 100% liability is admitted. It's then only about damages. So that's an easy no win, no fee. Clinical negligence, though, may take 10 years. A baby has had a lack of oxygen, cerebral palsy, and you sue the hospital, it may take 10 years litigation. And again, how are you going to get income from that for 10 years? You're not. So you have to look at can the firm afford to run these cases? So maybe you have a department which does probate, conveyancing, commercial, which is a regular income stream to offset the litigation department. Because when litigation pays, it will pay well. First few years will be hard, but eventually the litigation cases will keep coming through because you've gone through the pain barrier the first 3-4 years. Level of lawyer is important, I think. Often clients would come and see me, and I would see them. I'd spend the first hour with them, and then I would say, here's my team, ABC. They will now do this with you, this with you, this with you. And I'll leave the room, and before they go, they would call me back in, and I'd say at the end, are you okay? Shake their hand, and they know I'm looking after them. So long as they knew I was overseeing. And if they needed to speak to me, I was available. But certainly I would delegate work which is, I thought, at the right level. And that is experience. That is experience. As far as IT is concerned, we also outsourced all our IT up until a point. But when we had 300 staff, it was cheaper to employ somebody in-house. The UK legal market changed, so we can make non-lawyers partners. So in my firm, we made an accountant a partner. He became finance director. And I made an IT manager a partner. He became an IT partner in the firm. But he was saving us hundreds of thousands of pounds a year on IT because he was doing it in-house. And then the tax referral you mentioned, yes, I would pick up the phone and say to Nigel, can I send you an adoption case? I would phone other lawyers who I know and say, can I send you this? There's a risk that you may lose the client, but the client's going to go anyway because you can't do tax. So help the client and trust that the same work will come backwards if that firm doesn't do your specialism. Of course, I wouldn't send work to a competitor where they have all the same services because I'm losing the service. I want to reciprocate. If I send, you send back. And again, who is recording the data? How many clients have been sent to this firm? How many have come back? Because if it's one-way traffic, it's no good. Has to work both ways. So keep records. Any other questions? Anything online?
Okay, you've done really well. the program is going to change fairly radically because according to the program now, you should have had business development making your law firm stand out. Well, I can't cram that into 5 minutes. So we are going to have, I think you should stand up and have a little walk round because Fiona Magona is going to speak at 1:15 on client acquisition and retention. And maybe, so tomorrow we've got quite a long session that's in place at the moment for me. We will work marketing in between now and when we finish, but rather than rush it. And I'm very conscious that when people like Fiona have come, they should be heard. We're at your disposal otherwise. I will just say one other thing. There is a temptation to say, oh, well, we have somebody who does litigation. In 1978, I went from the largest firm in Huddersfield to one of the smallest because they had no litigation department. And at that point, I did everything from divorce, personal injury, criminal, you name it, I did it. We have an expression in England about being a jack of all trades and a master of none. Now, since 1978, we specialize, as all litigation, as all firms have done, into very segmented areas of litigation. I think the message that we would want to put across, and I know it's difficult because you have a smaller legal market, but I know that probably 5 years ago it may not have been possible to set up, say, a specialist family law firm. But suppose the Ugandan economy means that there are more middle-class people and more middle-class people getting divorced. And so you want to have somebody who is a specialist in that area. Our key message is that get finances right, but part of keeping clients happy is them knowing that you are an expert in your area of work. They don't want the man who can do a merger of two massive companies necessarily dealing with sorting out who has custody of Alfonso. But the danger is that we try and do that. So we would say, really look in your future planning, your business planning, to partnership, to specialization. There was a clergyman who I knew who said, Nigel, it's better to have the problems of life than the problems of death. And the problems of life are thinking, how can we do it? The problems of death are saying, we just can't do this.
Thank you very much, Justice Ranjit and Mr. Nigel. Please give them a hand clap. We're going to stretch for 5 minutes, just 5, and then we'll come back for Fiona's session. So stretch, greet your neighbor, reach out to them. If they know the citation of the new laws, you know you are talking to the right person. If they can cite at least 5 chapters of the new, you know you are talking to the right person. At exactly 12:20, we'll be back. We now go into that session where we will learn how to acquire and retain clients in building successful law firms. Our next presenter has been in practice for over 20 years. She's a partner at ALN Uganda, Max Advocates. She previously practiced law in Johannesburg, South Africa, and in London with Slaughter and May. Her experience and practice is multi-jurisdictional in the areas of commercial transactions. Fiona Nalwanga is described by Chambers and Partners as highly efficient, effective, and very customer-oriented. And in 2019, she was nominated as the best female lawyer in private practice. So she comes with a wealth of experience to help us in how to acquire and retain clients as we build successful law firms. Would you please welcome Fiona Nalwanga to speak to us?
Thank you. Ladies, gentlemen, colleagues and friends, I am really honored to be speaking to you this morning, afternoon now maybe. But yeah, when I look around the room, I see people I've admired for years. A real pity also, Alex has left. But I also would like to recognize colleagues online, friends online, and just really to thank ULS for this opportunity to share my experience. So I also suspect the reason I've been sort of changed to speak ahead of my schedule is purely because mine is very easy. I think I'm going to be speaking to the converted. I'm not sure how to control the slide. Next slide, thanks. So I'm going to do quick introductions. I'm going to speak about positioning a law firm. I'll go into client acquisition. I'll talk about retention of clients and then some conclusions and questions. On introductions, I feel some has been, the next slide, thanks. Some has been very generous in introducing me, so I'll quickly skip that. But again, my name is Fiona. I'm really privileged to be here. So something I wanted us to start with this afternoon is, words by Jeff Bezos, an entrepreneur. Most of us, all of us would know him. But he basically says, look, we're as an entrepreneur, as a service provider, his words in quote are, we're not competitor obsessed, rather we're customer obsessed. So we're not competitor obsessed, we're just customer obsessed, if that can be the starting point when we're thinking about client acquisition, if we're thinking about all the lawyers in this room online and what we each offer, what each of our firms offer. It means clients basically just have so many options. And if that's the case, you're wiser being very obsessed about your customer, understanding your customer, and then working backwards. So let's go right into firm positioning. So firm positioning, again, off the back of, being obsessed about your client, what their needs are, who they are, because this really helps with positioning your value, positioning your firm. So if we start off with, as a firm, as a law firm, as a lawyer, it's really important that you understand the market that you're targeting, the market that you want to service. So the market here could be, is it the public sector? Is it the private sector? And then you break it down still. Do you want to be a specialist in telecom, a specialist in fintech, in insurance, all of the above, i.e. a generalist? In the private space, if we're thinking about market, are you looking at, again, Justice was talking about this earlier, that are you looking at individuals, corporates, what kind of corporates, SMEs, are you looking at, you basically choose, but make sure you've gotten a sense of exactly where in the market you want to play. Are you looking just locally? Are you looking regionally? Are you looking to service people overseas, foreign investors? And then we go to core practice, understand your strength, where you're strong, where is your passion, where are your core practice areas? Are you largely criminal? Are you IP? Are you M&A? Are you project? Where are you really strong? Then really, really build that. I think as a function of our economy, a lot of the time, we end up being generalists because, of course, you can't wait around for the one M&A deal that's going to come through in the year. So we're tempted to cut across, but even if we choose to cut across, let there be 3-4 areas where you have a bang as opposed to sort of spreading out so thin. It's easier said with scale, but I think we can build up to it slowly with a plan. Having understood what you have to offer, then you look at the market again and see the target client profile. So if I've chosen to play locally here in Uganda, but maybe regionally as well, I want to do cross-border deals. I want to advise people coming in from Asia, from the UAE, from England, from South Africa, if I want to do cross-border deals. And my specialization is going to be M&A or project, big ticket items. If this is what I'm looking for, then my target client profile is probably not going to be someone selling real estate. It's not going to be adoption. It's going to be larger multinationals, corporations, DFIs, private equity funds. Those are the people, when I walk into any room trying to network, that I'll want to know me. And I'll want to very quickly tell about my offering. So yeah, I will have this list and I will chase after these people. But I've understood the market, I've understood where my strength is, where I shine, where I'm so good, I have relationships. I've got the technical competence, where I actually have value to offer. I'll chase those people that I think need me. Because I have a value proposition for them, so I'll quickly get to work to get these clients to see me and to understand my value proposition to them. So, next slide, thanks. So I find that once you've understood your market, once you know your strengths, where you're kind of weak, and therefore you don't dwell on that, once you've understood where you're strong and you've understood the kind of client that you want to see you, then you really need to work on your brand and establish it in the spaces that you feel will attract that kind of client. You want to make it clear. So again, if I go back to M&A and I say I'm an M&A lawyer and I really want to do cross-border deals and I really want big ticket deals, I will try and figure out where do these people, what do they read? Where are they? What do they consider when they're looking at a local lawyer in Uganda? And in those spaces, I'll make sure that my brand is very strong and that I'm shining and I'm seen. So brand is really, really big in terms of client acquisition. You want to walk in and say a name and they can remember it either from a previous transaction, from another colleague, from a peer, from a certain deal, from a certain directory, LinkedIn. You sort of want to become a little bit, not common in a negative way, but household, that you're known to offer value in a certain space, really good value. When you have this brand, once you've established it, i.e. you're professional, you've got ethics, your integrity is in place, then we start to network. And the networking is everybody you've met along the way as you grew into the lawyer you are today. So it could be family, it could be colleagues in the professional setting, other lawyers, it could be clients you've met along the way, it could be other businesses, it could be just people you went to school with, everybody. Everyone at some point as you go up, as you navigate this ladder, as you climb this ladder, as you navigate this journey, career, your growth, business growth, you want to use everybody you know, because all of them, everyone ends up in spaces that will be of value to you at some point. So in terms of networking, show up at the events that matter, not at every other event. Again, it's literally being very intentional and deliberate about where you want to be seen, where they will derive value, but you're also deriving value, you're being seen. I think I'm being seen here. So platforms, let's not shy away. Let's absolutely capitalize on opportunities that come our way. But events, it's both showing up, but also hosting these events, and very strategically. Uganda currently has a new competition act. And at some point, all of us, it's going to be like the Contracts Act. But right now, when it's still so, and unpacked, it hasn't yet really been rolled out fully. So many questions around it. You want to be the thought leader there. So an event there could be calling in your clients, a small breakfast, and telling them about select clients to whom this really matters. I don't know, it could be somebody in breweries, in manufacturing, somebody that's going to be, it could be the telecoms, but somebody that would be impacted by this Competition Act. But hold these events, and it can be 5, 10 clients. They'll feel really special. So nothing massive, but they feel taken care of, seen, valued enough for you to invite them to this kind of event where there's value. So show up at these events, host these events, collaborate. Collaborate with the network you have. It could be, private business people. It could be those private equity funds. You're telling them about new legislation by the Capital Markets Authority that would impact fund registration. Do articles, host workshops together, both with regulators, the client, cross-sell, use the relationships that you have for the benefit of the other person to get them to see you. Do trainings, have these targeted meetings. Like I said, when you've actually mapped out your client profile, and you will have perhaps the really, really hot clients you want, then maybe the orange, if you think about green, orange, and then red. So there will be like the really, really urgent ones that you really, and you'll do your targeted meetings, you'll ask them for lunch, you'll ask for a meeting in office, you'll ask for a breakfast. It doesn't come immediately. You'll chase, but maybe the breakfast will be denied, but the event will be attractive enough for them to come through and allow you to have that conversation where you make it clear you've understood their need in the market and how you can support them and make them look good and, minimize any exposure, but make them do business more efficiently. So the CSR, these are also really easy. You want to sort of tick the box when it comes to you've given back to society, but why not do it with a potential client that is probably in that space? Why not collaborate on a blood donation and say, we're going to do this, do you want to join us? Invest in travel. Many times we're invited to these conferences away from Uganda and you sort of think, my goodness, the air ticket, I don't know, the accommodation, the per diem, it can add up. What are the chances I'll really get a deal from there that sort of covers this cost and then even leaves enough to go a long way? They do count. It's really sowing a seed each time, lots of faith. But they do come around if you make 1, 2 very meaningful connections. Subscriptions to memberships. Again, you're very select. Why? Because you know where you want to play. So do you want to be a finance lawyer, banking lawyer? Of course, make sure you're on the Uganda Bankers Association list. Are you in gaming? Do you want to be the master there? Make sure you're known by the Lottery Gaming Board, but also the associations for the gamers. So all of that is really, really networking. At the bottom there, we've got like bids and proposals. This is just really being awake, making sure you have your ear to the ground, use your network fully. If it's in the public space, the private sector, make sure you know what deals are coming through, leverage those relationships. There's newspapers too, but by the time it's in the papers, we all know. Many other people already know and have sort of put, a foot ahead of you. Next slide. Yes, I've found over the years that really client acquisition is a lot to do with relationships. The relationships with the client, yes, very key to secure that trust, to secure their, to make them comfortable that you're technically competent, but that you've got them in mind. A lot of us will be technically competent, but do we actually make time for client? Do we genuinely sort of dig in to understand client strategy, where they're heading, what they want to do, where they're struggling? Because right there, when you've established to the client that you get them, I think then you've got like real partnership there. So away from the client, you want to know regulators and you want them to know you too, because they refer you. Someone will walk into UCC as an investor and they're basically talking to the commission about something they want to bring into Uganda. It will be the UCC saying, by the way, for us, we have our panel of lawyers, so they can't really represent you, but we know these other people. You might want to talk to them. They've handled a couple of these transactions and helped. So you want to know regulators, you want to have a relationship with regulators across the sectors. Then you want to have, again, relationships with public officers. It could be the lands registry, companies registry. You absolutely need to understand the workings of these places. It just creates efficiency, makes it that easy for your client when you've got them in. But client also wants to know that you will be able to jump the hurdles and the hoops, not in a bad way, not in the negative, brown envelope way, but that you've got really good relationships to sway the registry to understand your case and to get the relevant permit, the relevant document issued by that registry. It's important to be known by government. Government here could be the Uganda National Oil, it could be the Petroleum Authority, it could be PSU, it could be all these people basically is intel. And very quickly, when you've got good friends there, you will quickly secure something in the pipeline and work on it. Business sector. So it's the same. It's really relationships. The next point is really thought leadership. Have the courage to share your experience with a certain law that's come through. Take the time to actually think through the crux, the pluses of a certain proposal, policy that's being rolled out, and enlighten the public. Chances are a couple of people have thought about it, but perhaps are not brave enough to voice it. But there you go, you give people the courage to perhaps engage a particular regulator to not change their mind, but perhaps interpret things a little differently. But very quickly there, with an article, with an alert, with something out there, you're sort of setting the stage for having the knowledge. You've taken time to research this piece of legislation or policy or practice to see how it sort of has rolled out, how it's handled, and enlighten other people. We've got technology, another big area that enables client acquisition. So a lot of the time when you've written, of course, you'd like to sort of put it on the socials, things like LinkedIn. We've got websites. It's just it's quite interesting. We're not allowed to sort of advertise and tout, but on the website, you're very well within your right to say who you are, what you do, how wonderful your team is, what magic you can make, where you're strong. Very easy, very quick. So a lot of the time we do get clients coming in saying, look, I was just Googling lawyers in Uganda. This sort of came through. I decided, let me look at your website. And I saw you're the one doing X, IP. And I thought I'd get in touch. So sometimes it can be that random. And guess what? You've secured yourself a really good client still. It's not the people that are shopping, but genuinely a good client. Directories, again, subscriptions, it's investing, but it does pay off. It will not be every day that you're getting somebody from a directory, but they do pay off because certain clientele, again, rely heavily on these directories, and their readership is also quite wide, depending on where you want to play. So I think that was it on acquisition. Of course, there could be so much more, the cross-sellings, the referrals, etc. But we'll now go to the client retention. And I'm just going to say that with client retention, quality of work is a given, so we don't even go there. No client is going to stay around if you blip once, twice, thrice. Once might be forgivable. Once you've explained, I'm not quite sure how, but many times we're not perfect. Yeah, 1, 2. But very quickly they'll realize, actually, no, it's not even a blip. For you, it's genuinely, you don't have the what it takes. So quality of work is a given. And of course, you've got to be quite competitive with your cost, your pricing. A lot of the time, we will have strategies to purely win the work. So you really undercut yourself just to build your profile. So those have to be factored in, that sometimes you're going to lose in order to gain, because after you've got a Kampala Ginger Expressway on your profile, a lot of people will look at you differently, a lot of clients will look at you differently, even if you didn't score too highly in terms of actual numbers. Big picture thinking, I guess. But this can't also be the rule of thumb. It can't be how you do it all the time. So it's a case by case. I think Nigel was talking about a fixed fee. That can also work in some cases. So hourly rates in our market, they're very difficult. I don't know what everyone else here thinks. But hourly rates, Justice was talking about, if every year you look back and your hourly rate is not going up, but meanwhile your overhead costs are going up, then perhaps there's an issue there. But I can tell you, if you've got an hourly rate of about, let's say, $300, the local businessman is just going to look at you and think you're a bit mad. The development finance institution will understand. The international investor, the private equity fund might understand, but they will also push down hard. So you have to be quite strategic about these conversations. Who is going to take a fixed fee in Uganda shillings? Who you can talk to about these USD and the hourly rates, and they actually get it and understand it, and therefore you can even perhaps charge a higher hourly rate than you charged 5 years ago, even if it might be reflected as your current, but to just cater for that experience for the 20 years you've been in practice as opposed to when you just started out. The real value, the grit is what they're paying for. Client retention, also value add. Again, it's literally looking at your client like they're a business partner and always thinking about how else do I connect them, to whom do I connect them, where do they benefit, as opposed to just the legal connection. It's literally saying this person as, they need to know so and so, and I know that person, so let me make the quick bridge. These things go a long way. They secure usage loyalty, but also the complementary trainings, particularly in spaces where that client is struggling. So issues like governance, a lot of the time, governance is becoming a bigger and bigger issue, particularly with ESG coming up. But a lot, historically, many companies, many SMEs hardly held board meetings, hardly had their corporate documentation in place, but was the risk understood and all of this. So it's really breaking it down to client, doing these trainings to make them understand the value in really keeping these things together and following these processes and procedures, how it's value add to them, but also value add to you, I guess, because you could get to do that work, but also just further entrenching this relationship with them, that you're giving them time at no cost. We talked about the collaborations. Again, retaining a client is really understanding them, their operations, their strategy, and sort of fitting in those nuggets of value as you go along. In terms of relationships, don't monopolize the relationship. We were talking about working efficiently earlier, and how if you're too busy, how did Justice refer to it? Like you're a busy fool, I think. Or something, yeah. So understand where you're actually adding value and then delegate effectively. Give somebody else that's very well placed to do that particular assignment, perhaps even better than you, or just as well, and free up to perhaps work on, I don't know, it could be BD, it could be in relationships, but if it's a corporation, ensure that your team is also like connecting with other people in that corporation, so that when that one person you know leaves, you're not completely exposed. There's other relationships within. Legal alerts and updates is just one of those. Look out for what's new, who it's going to affect. Quickly put together something and send it to those particular people that it's going to affect, so they know and feel they're thought about. They'll think twice before they leave you. Client retention, again, a big one is really your team. There's no point in going out to get the work and bringing it home and there's nobody there are no hands, or at least capable, reliable hands to efficiently, effectively execute, to give client what client is looking for. So with client retention, think very carefully about your recruitment strategy. Who are you looking for? It's a very competitive market, more and more these days. You will hear about people very quickly looking into offering packages at LDC, students that are leaving, Top 5, or Makerere. Some firms are increasingly cutthroat about wanting to take Top 5, Top 10. Way ahead, they've already sort of scouted them and are interesting them. So, yeah, be very intentional about who you want to know you, even when it comes to recruitment. Use your website, use your lawyers, use your LinkedIn, your Twitter, to just talk about how, good things, not advertising, but basically, it could be, I don't know, what's trending. It could be a retreat that, we had this, or celebrating a returning employee from a master's, or like absolutely acknowledging the team, but things that basically are important, especially for the Gen Zs now. I don't know, is it flexible hours? But being very clear about what your policy is on certain things that will appear or will certainly be attractive to the people you're looking to work with you. So there's recruitment. Once they're in, it's about empowering them. It's about exposing them, deals, secondments. It's about capacity building, understanding where they play strong, understanding where, yes, they will absolutely reap this assignment apart and just give you exactly what you're looking for. Again, it goes to retention strategy, but basically overall it's just the team. Have the right team. Have people that have understood your mind, have understood the vision of the firm, have understood where you want to play, who you want to be seen as, perceived as in the market, that they will walk that walk, yeah, as opposed to just talk. Yeah, that you know, they just add to the brand. They will leave your brand. Because that way the client is under no illusions that you all breathe and are pulling towards the same direction. And the service that they get from you, the partner, will be the same service from the associate. That that if Stephen is not in office, it doesn't mean that they get less quality in terms of work. We need to embrace digitization, technology, in terms of efficiencies. That helps our billing. It helps how much time we spend on the work, on various assignments. Of course, with some caution, ChatGPT has just been a little bit flawed, but I also find perhaps it doesn't have enough jurisprudence for African jurisdictions. So saving grace in some way, but nothing we can avoid. It's certainly coming our way, and we need to budget for technology. I think initially it's going to start out quite expensive. I mean, when you do like an M&A, we already know that our colleagues in Kenya, our colleagues in Tanzania, Nigeria, have technology they use to quickly reap through documentation to see which clauses are being triggered by this particular M&A deal. All the associate is doing is making sure that technology was actually accurate. And these are summaries. So more and more we're going to have to fight to justify why we're still charging so much for physically reading all these documents that are shared with us for review as local lawyers on a cross-border deal. So we do need to embrace technology. I think in time it will probably get cheaper, or there will be versions that are more friendly for our jurisdictions. But at the moment you hear of all manner of technologies like Hervey in London, and you're thinking, my goodness, so complicated, so sophisticated. It even wouldn't work if you brought it here, because we're just not there yet in terms of volumes, in terms of, it's not cost effective, but it is coming, and we need to look for all these fintechs that are setting up these apps that are user friendly for law firms to follow our billings, our collections, new clients, how many people this person has referred to us. It was quite interesting how data, fact, numbers, if we've got the right AI, can really be of value. But once a client has seen that you're operating at that level, I mean, they would certainly want to work with you because they think you're more efficient, you have turnaround time that's that much faster. But also, perhaps you'll charge less because in terms of human hours, I guess it's less hours as a lawyer. Again, systems and processes, again, this is really investing. So these are certainly coming through in the pipeline. Already we have systems and processes, but there's always upgrading, and there's always understanding that, you can't sort of stick where you've been the last, 20 years, 10 years. You always need to be on the curve, riding this wave and understanding what you can adopt reasonably within budget, but to add that value and efficiency to you. You just serve better, and therefore you would secure a client in the bag. In terms of conclusions, I mean, it was just understand your client. Who do you want to be your client, and what are their needs? Then align your value proposition to them. There's no point in sort of thinking you're this amazing, perhaps, real estate lawyer, but you're targeting somebody that doesn't need that. Maybe they just need the conveyancing, but after that, their needs are very different. Maybe they're buying a property, but so understand where you want to play on your value proposition, then chase that client. I find that when you've totally understood the client's needs and you've aligned your value proposition, match made in heaven. And it will be very hard to sort of break that. I'm happy to take any questions, additions, comments. Thank you.
Any questions?
I think we should share. I need to learn from you as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Fiona, for that insightful presentation. My question is, I'm Andrew Ankonda Bwenje. My question is in regard to the client profile. Are there instances where a lawyer can get it wrong and a client who looks like a green, ticks off all the boxes, actually is a red? Maybe they don't like paying their legal fees. Maybe they turn out to be real dead weight. I was discussing with a few colleagues during break time, and there are real scenarios where clients they can't afford to pay, but they just choose not to. And when you push them to the wall, they look for the next firm where they will pay even more for less. So is it possible to get it wrong on the client profile?
So just full disclosure, I worked with Andrew several years back, but this scenario he's describing, certainly not something we handle together. But yes, this happens a lot. The same way there's good and bad apples. I find the clients also sometimes are very opportunistic and can be quite bullish and can be quite unethical as well. So of course you have to be very careful. But I think you do your best. You do your intel on this person. You want Airtel as a client. In fact, you want to advise them on their listing. They generally look clean, right? But who knows, in there you might find a person who says, I know somebody else who is willing to do this work for this much, and they will press you so low. And I'm not saying this, I'm not saying that this is the truth in real life. But yeah, we and then perhaps disappear. I think, was it Nigel earlier saying like, bill when you're needed the most? No, it was just, a lot of them will say, no, you first finish, then you bill, right? And I will pay. But of course we know you have to chase. Not many people. There was a very interesting line on the screen earlier that said the creditor has better memory than the debtor. And then it's so true. You get so busy trying to deliver good work and you forget to actually chase for your money, and that's just such a pity. But it speaks back to really systems and processes to monitor. I think, what was that, a fee report or something? I thought it was very helpful. I just wish we had some fintechs to sort of help us just have these apps that help us track these things. In like literally have something that, there's a new client, we've agreed these fees, not yet paid, and then you chase. But yeah, it's possible to have those bad apples. And unfortunately, we will all have to deal with them, because then you learn. And I guess you get to see the pointers early as well, the more you go through them. Yeah. Thanks, Andrew.
Any more questions?
Thanks, Fiona. My name is Chomhanji Rachel. I have quite a number of questions, but I'll just summarize them into 3. One, you spoke about creating relationships with different agencies. I'm particularly interested in how you do that without involving the brown envelope, because as you very well know, in this very beautiful system of ours, for you to have relationships at URSB or any other, lands office, somehow you know someone because something happened. But let me just leave it at that. Secondly, how do you manage repeat business? Okay, for clients that come back to you for more business in areas which you don't necessarily practice in. Now, I want to match that question with another one that says, how do you manage referring a client to another lawyer to do a certain piece of work without necessarily losing them. So you want to retain the client, but you don't do that type of work. So you refer them, but you also, and finally, how do you, when a client comes to you and is inquiring about something, and then they're saying, I had a lawyer that has been handling this, but ABCD is happening, how do you then ask for that work without necessarily bashing the other lawyer? I don't know if you get me.
Not fully, not that one.
So Fiona has been handling a client, but apparently Fiona takes a lot of time. There's no timely delivery of work. And I'm like, hey, I can actually do that work in half the time Fiona can. So how do I then pitch for this work without necessarily making Fiona look like not competent or she can't do the work? Yeah.
Rachel, thank you so much. Thanks for your questions. So I'll start with the first one on brown envelopes. My God, that's a tough one, as you say, our market. And I'm sure everyone's waiting to hear my answer. It's a tough one because indeed, the culture is basically that you've appreciated me if you've given me a brown envelope. That me as somebody that's going to help you jump a queue of, I don't know, registrations or permits. You've acknowledged the sweat I'm putting in for you, or the fact that I'm actually putting my neck on the line for you, and given me this envelope. Yes, there's the root of the envelope, and I think it's the common one. But Rachel, I think there are other ways to build these relationships. And I'm going to give you an example. I see you're still looking at me very skeptically. I think there's other ways to build these relationships, right? Away from the brown envelope. It's the easy way to go, etc. But it really compromises you too if you're exposed. So, for instance, let's say a particular office has a particular training somewhere, maybe Nairobi, budgetary issues, but you offer to pay. And you're like, I'll take you and your team, I'll cover that. Expenses paid. That's not a brown envelope. Meanwhile, you're adding value to them. Meanwhile, they'll not forget you. They will go and learn, and they'll come back. So I think Richard is looking at me like, you just escaped, right? The way he's doing his legs is like, So of course there's budgetary constraints, not just for them, but even you. But you'll have to be very selective about impactful giving as opposed to the envelope. Really understand these people, like, where do they struggle? What's the issue here? How do I make it easy for them away from that particular transaction? So it's like long-sighted as well, of like, I'm going to need you, how do I start now? Yeah, if we've never started, how do I make you see me and offer you a weird training? Like, you guys, you handle data, let me do for you data protection. Can I come for your stuff? So things like that, and suddenly you're appreciated. I know, even before I finish my point, there's a follow-on question, but I find there's giving impactfully, strategically. I was going to say ulterior motives, but no, it's strategic, it's deliberate. Do you want to ask?
Yeah, like I was saying, some of the people we deal with, because we outsource law firms, at the end of the year, sometimes they carry some gifts for us, they invite us and host some end of year parties, small things, not necessarily bribes.
Yeah, yeah. And you're not expected to declare those small things. No, it's true. Those Christmas cakes, that bottle of Amarula cognac, they go a long way. Because if you think about yourself also, if you're in that office, wouldn't you appreciate someone acknowledging and saying, thank you, I see you, and you help me throughout the year, thank you. Yeah? Yeah, we tend to minimize and think like maybe it's not that big, but yeah, personally, I'd be grateful if a client ever came back after a deal and said like, here you go. But they've paid you, so I guess they don't expect. Rachel, your other question was on referrals, the courage to tell a client that, look, I don't do tax. I do everything else, and I'm happy to support you like that. But when it comes to tax, it's a little bit involving. I think depending on where they want to go. For instance, tax perhaps could be those audit firms. So it's not necessarily a legal firm. But on the other hand, is with clients is to try and have so many points at which you're so embedded in your relationship that that one point where you refer is not it's not a big threat. So you have them completely when it comes to, let's say it's a distributorship, you've done their contracts, you do their debt collection, you do their, there's so many touch points in there. You handle their, I don't know, you sit in their meetings, try and end scores, like literally get into their, dominate. So the one thing you give away will not be a threat. Yeah, you try and really try and sort of cover them that way. And that's quite interesting because what earlier talking about identifying where you're strong. So let's say you're an IP firm, intellectual property. And then client obviously is maybe a gaming company. They have trademarks, they have a logo. And now they have a suit in court. Someone is suing them. You're purely IP. You obviously don't have the competence, but you know they might go to somebody you've referred them to do a case for them in court, and that person will perform so well. I think you need to be strategic as well where you're sending them. But it so happens that some firms will be very good at litigation and also IP. But I think also try and sort of send to somebody that you perhaps have a relationship with to have that conversation. Or somebody that doesn't do what you do. Yeah, purely litigation. It's not easy, but I've found that the more you're indispensable, the more touch points you have with this client, the more relationships that are entrenched, it's very hard for them to move unless you really, really have messed up. And of course, please, members present, feel free also to give this advice. The last question you had, the last comment you had was really about bashing another lawyer. That can be quite unprofessional. And not advise. Of course, we're all human, and very privately you'll be like, my God, be careful about this person. One, they were reported to law council the other day. Now they are the ones who have sort of made this thing completely like fall on its crumble. But to the client, you sort of reflect, or you come across as a bit. It's not even unprofessional. Just your credibility comes into question if you're going to bash a colleague. It's easy to gloss over it and say, sometimes mistakes do happen, but I could do this to salvage this for you. So you don't need to shoot down the other person, but rather focus on what you offer. Yeah, I think that would be the strategy I would take. But any other comments are welcome. It's okay to get a gun and shoot the other person.
Thank you, Fiona. I just wanted to add on, I think, her question. I'll just give a personal scenario where I think she asked whether handling something which is new. I didn't have any knowledge about IACMA, and I thought by myself, should I leave this client? Should I lose this money? And this, how you know how Kenyans are shrewd, and they are so pressing. If they want something, they want it. And she called me like many times. I need ABCD. I didn't know anything about IACMA. Now, I tell her, give me about 2 minutes. I Googled just a few laws. I printed immediately. It's a very big act. And I went to, by then I think anti-corruption, because the matter was an anti-corruption when it was still at Kololo here. I rushed to anti-corruption. I met the clerk to Justice Gidudu, because I think that it was an appeal, and the matter had been sent to Justice Gidudu. And she told me, Ronald, if you're not ready enough, don't appeal. This is my first time. And she told me, Justice Gidudu will give you a date today, and tomorrow he will hear your case and he will give you judgment. Meaning you must be ready, just on the fingertips. I said, it's okay. I went to URA. I made my few research here and there, and I said, okay, let me go for it. I read that act that whole night. Just to look for loopholes where the problem was and where I should hit. And mind you, I won the case. It was just on the technicality of the language. This was a Kikuyu. They hadn't interpreted. The driver was from Kenya. They hadn't. There was just an error in the process of plea taking, and a few things. But I mean, it gave me the courage to not chase clients. Whether I know or I don't know, I will receive. You receive. You get those instructions, then deal with how to execute. You can't fail. So from that time, because I was going to chase this client, and he had some good money. She paid me some good money. So from that time, I knew that, okay, just attack as it comes to your way, and then find a way, if it's a colleague, to consult. And if you are to consult a colleague who will take your instructions and all that, consult privately. You don't need to involve him with your client. That is if you have those fears. But consult privately and then pay them, and then do the work. Thank you.
That's a really interesting point that he raised.
You have a comment? Sadly, we have Chiemba online. We want to cut him at this point. Chiemba, can you unmute your microphone? We'll have your question and comment, and that will be the last one before the break. Chiemba online, go ahead.
Yes. You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good. Thank you, Senior Counsel of Ghana, for such an interesting discussion this afternoon, really. When we hear from you, we get a lot of courage and energy to move on. My concern is in respect of where you actually highlighted on the issue of network profession. In terms of practice, billing clients in respect of the books. We moved away from that arrangement. We charge and retain our client depending on how we work. And then you said the law gives me this right to charge you this amount. Now the client is now bargaining with you to give you a contrary figure. And this is a challenge that we are facing. So I would like to learn from you how you have circumvented such type of clients. I thank you.
You're too high. In fact, I have somebody else that's willing to do that same work for 50% of your price. Now, of course, you go through the whole conversation of, look, we look at big picture, long term, we want to work with you a long time, not just this one-off. So the way we arrive at the fees is genuinely based on the time we're going to spend. And in fact, because of the big picture, we've even discounted for you, but they won't take it. What I found quite interesting, eventually we took on the client, like I said, but what I found quite interesting is while everything was on email, in writing, that particular conversation around another law firm that can offer equally good service is willing to do 50% was not an email, it was a phone call. Now, of course, you can always task the client and say, can you please tell me which law firm? And in fact, even put it in writing, which law firm. It won't help. So yeah, you do have these run-ins sometimes, and you just take, it's chance. Because when you start out difficult like that, slippery like that, it's possible that it could also just become slippery slope down, but sometimes it does stabilize, and pricing was just an issue on that one, and then maybe you'll stabilize going forward. So in terms of pricing, you have to be quite flexible. That would be my view, my take on that. That, yeah, they don't want to follow the rules, the advocate's rules, when it comes to what you will charge. And of course, there's many options. There's many other law firms that will probably even offer less, but it's strategy. A lot of the time in our market, you can't afford to say goodbye. A lot of the time you need, but you do get to a place where you say, okay, now this one I will not take. So it really is dependent on a case by case. I can't say there's a hard and fast rule on that one, Chiemba. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Fiona. Please, another hand clap for Fiona. Thank you so much. Yeah. Members, thank you so much. Nigel, do you have something to add? Oh, you want a photograph? All right. Do you want it here or right here?
All about publicity. Gotta go back to my phone. Somebody take a photo.
Okay, as somebody please help me with Nigel's very complicated phone. Okay, as having that photo moment that is very good for networking and marketing for client acquisition. Nigel, I hope you'll get Fiona a client in the UK. But thank you very much. Justice Ranjit introduced us to the concept of a busy fool. So I think after today, we will not be busy fools, being very busy doing a lot of work. And a soldier friend of mine once used to tell me that they have a concept in the army, which is called marking time. You know when they're in the same place, left, right. Same place, you're not moving, but you're actually sweating. So don't mark time in your profession. You're doing a lot of work, but no progress. Make sure you're not a busy fool, but you progress in whatever we do. It's 1:30 now. We're going to break off 1 hour and return at 2:30 for lunch. We're dismissed for now. Enjoy the lunch.
So, I'm not sure if anybody is online. If you are online, good afternoon. Can I tell you that it serves you right for being online because you've missed a very nice lunch. The problem with having a very nice lunch is that there is in England, you can have a situation like there were 10 in the bed and the little one said, roll over, roll over. And they all rolled over and one fell out. Well, the problem with the afternoon slot is that several of the delegates have rolled over out of the bed and seem to have failed to climb back into bed. So we're going to be missing one or two, but we want to build on the excellent presentation we've just had on marketing. Now, some of the things that we're going to be saying, you will have heard already. And so we're just wanting to emphasize one or two key bits. And so it's Laurel and Hardy, Tweedledum and Tweedledee, or Bonnie and Clyde, but I'm not sure which is which. So it's both of us sharing our experience. So we're speaking to making your law firm stand out. And insofar as you are bold and brave, because we were told that the Ugandan lawyers had a great reputation for being bold and brave. How many of you in the firms that you work in, how many of you are conscious that your firm has either got a marketing strategy or a business development plan? A slight shortage of hands, one way or another. So what we're wanting you to do is this. Ranjit came from a firm that is ever so much larger than ours. So Ranjit has firm as it left, is it 25 million it's gone up to? So he's got a turnover of 25 million. My firm has a turnover of about 5 million. We've got about 100 employees and Ranjit's got slightly more. But we, as a law firm, have a marketing strategy and a business development plan. And we would think that it's absolutely critical. So perhaps we can begin running the slides, please. Could we have the next one? So, summary of marketing a law firm. 7 Ps, social media, blogging. We'll share the Ps, the social media and the blogging, networking. Well, we've just had a great experience of learning about what you can get out of networking and building relationships and top 5 tips. So those are the things that we are hoping in part to cover. Maybe we can just move on to the next one. So the management process responsible for identifying, anticipating and satisfying customers' requirements and profitability. That's a definition of marketing. It's a process. The thing to grasp is that it's a process. It doesn't just happen. It's actually consciously sitting down and saying, actually, how are we going to identify, anticipate, and satisfy customer requirements and be profitable? Can we have the next one, please? So, one, it's a bit small type, so yeah.
The key thing about marketing is, as a lawyer, is trying to identify what is your client, who is your client, what is the service that they require? Do they require? So let's look forward, because we all know about corporate clients, we know about commercial clients, but who is the future client in Uganda? We know about oil. Where is the new work? Is it solar panel energy? Will there be a rollout of government solar panels for all resident homes? Which businesses are going to be key in Uganda to develop solar panel? Electric batteries. This is coming because it's coming globally, even though you have oil. So how do you identify the client, the customer? And then how do you develop your service? Now, I know from 2002, 2003, Your senior lawyers were going to either Aberdeen in Scotland, they're going to Texas in America, and they were doing masters in oil 20 years ago because they could see, they identified a need, they went to number 2 and said, how do we develop our service? So they were ahead of the curve. So when global markets came to Uganda, they were ready to provide us service. And the 3 then is working out the details. Do you have the right team, the right staff, the IT, the software? Do you have the brand? Do you have the profile? So as Fiona was saying, you know, you can attract these companies to you because they oh, I know Fiona. I know this profile. I've seen something about this. She wrote an article on solar panels. She wrote an article on mergers between a UK company and an East African company. Or she did a biography on something else. But that's how you do it. That's what marketing is about.
So in my firm, we reduce this to a really simple principle. Are you in, for example, Lake Victoria, fishing for work with lots of other people in this great big sea? Or are you choosing to go fishing in Lake Albert or something smaller where there are much less rods? If you keep fishing in the big lake, what's Lake Victoria's second largest freshwater lake in the world? That's, you know, a lot of rods are in there. What's going to enable you more successfully to find 1, 2, or 3 and throw your rod out? It's a really conscious decision.
Just moving on to the next slide, please. One of the key messages from me today is marketing is not simply about an advertisement. You know, if you're selling TVs or cars, you put an advert out. That is basic marketing. We are talking something far more sophisticated than that. Marketing is important because you can use it for data. You can look at where your clients come from. You can look at how much you're spending to get these clients. So if you have a department who wants to spend $1,000 a month on a social media campaign, do we know how many clients are coming back? So when you market on social media, you may have a code. Use code hashtag XYZ, and we'll give you 5% discount. Why do we use the code? So we can see how much business is coming, and we spent $12,000 a year on this social media campaign. Is it worth it? So that's good. We have no business without clients. So marketing really should be instrumental. To sit back in your business and say, well, I've got a profile. I've joined a big firm. They've got a profile. You are sitting back on your laurels. You are simply relying upon passing trade. You do that, you're static. You will go backwards because your competitors will be going forward. I can say this because my firm has grown. We have developed and we have pushed in every area. The key thing though about marketing, of course, is once you identify that new market, it's being able to provide the service. Otherwise, you'll get bad marketing. You will get negative comments on social media, on Twitter, on X. Clients are very quick on typing messages. So if you're going to do it, you need to do it well. Just moving forward.
Yeah, we were just asking what the Uganda market was, and you've got a much clearer idea. But one of the things I want you to think about is that I know you're all very keen to look at the corporate, but not everybody is going to be doing corporate. I mean, some of you will be very good at corporate, but if you like people, I'm a people as opposed to a paper. Too many P's here. I'm a people rather than a paper person. I'm good. I relate well to people. They relate well to me. I'm also pretty good at seeing how I can use the law. But that's my gift. But you've got to determine what fits in with your gift. You may not have Fiona's, you may not have those gifts. You may not have those connections. But is there going to be an increasing market in family lawyers? if there is, where are you going to position yourself? You know, we see the cars. Ugandans are pretty good at some big cars. There must be one or two quite big houses. We've seen one or two of those. Let's say you have a divorce. Who's going to be the lawyer who positions herself or himself to be the person who says, do you know, I can sort this out for you. I can be really good. I know exactly how to drive a bargain for you as the wife, as the author. Are you going to fall out about children? Now, there's no reason why, in my view, you may not end up being paid utterly mega bucks, but people, you know, in Uganda, there are people with money. Who are they going to go to when they have domestic issues? I just poise that in as an example. So you've got to decide. We're back in the land of your USP.
Next slide, please. So simple marketing, really the key message, plan your activities in advance. What is the calendar like in Uganda? Is there an International Women's Day, a National Women's Day? Is there a conference going on from the Commonwealth? Is there a business awards ceremony every year? What are the key events in the Ugandan calendar which fit in with your profile? Think about 12 months, 2 years ahead. Put those in your spreadsheet and plan. What are you going to do leading up to this event? Will you host your own event and invite people to your business, at your offices in reception? Will you do something somewhere else? Will you coordinate with your clients? So they get promotion, you get promotion. So you're not marketing, they're doing the marketing, but you're going to get the work from them. But that's important. And then if it works, repeat it each year. So suddenly every year it becomes known as your firm's marketing campaign. There's a leadership event. In that regard, just a quick example. My firm does quarter protection work, or did quarter protection work when I was there. It still does. Quarter protection is looking after an adult who lacks capacity. So dementia, a brain injury. Maybe they've got a house, property, assets. Who makes the decision for this adult who lacks capacity? Is it the family who may take all their money? Or is it the state? And sometimes there's a conflict between the state and the family. And this is quarter protection. So we wanted to get into this market. So we set up the annual Mental Health Act, the Capacity Act. Every year we host an event in October in the same hotel. And we bring in the best speakers. We bring in high-profile people in this field, psychologists. We bring in high court judges. We bring in various key departments in government. We sell tickets to all the lawyers, so lawyers can come and be part of the training. But we host the event. The night before, we have evening meal, key people in my business, with these key people, closed audience. We have their attention. And we put them in the hotel, and the next day is the conference. That is networking. And that's been going 17, 18 years. And it's now on everybody's calendar, not just ours.
Just as a smaller version, so my firm's particular skill is in an area called kinship care. Kinship care is where children who have been, say, found to be not capable of being cared for by their parents, their birth parents, are removed. You know, they may have suffered very damaging parenting, but where are they going to live? One of the messages I'm going to give over to you tomorrow is we want Uganda to think very carefully about its use of children's homes, and that's something we've addressed in England, but we want to place in kinship care with grandparents, with aunts, and we want this to be regularized. So the way my firm works is that we work with a lot of voluntary groups have set up as support. So in the Northeast, there will be a group of kinship carers who are meeting to support each other. say in London, we will send somebody from my firm to do some training with them. We teach them what their rights are because very often they're overrun. And so we have now become the leading firm in the country dealing with kinship care. We have, and people refer, we actually set up our own website called, it doesn't really matter for your purposes, but it's called Special Guardianship Disruption website. Why do we do that? Because the people who can join that Facebook site have got to be in a position where their relationship with their say grandchild is breaking down. They want support, and so they come onto this site, and so they recognise that we are the experts. So whether it's Ranjit with his Mental Capacity Act conference or us, we are both able to say in our different ways, yes, people look and say, they're the people we should go to because.
Next slide, please. Just a few points there, really, with regards to a strategy. Always look at your competitors. Learn from them. They could be doing something better than you. Copy it. Nothing wrong with that. Not just law firms. Look at other businesses. Look at your client businesses. How do they promote their business? How do they acquire clients? Look at what influences a client selection. So when a client comes to you or leaves, do you ever ask them, how come you chose me? What did you think about? Price? Because I'm more expensive than my competitors. Or I'm cheaper. They may have come to you from another firm and they've sacked the former solicitor, former lawyer. Why? Learn from your clients. Look at what you did successful last year and see if you can repeat it. Things that don't work, don't repeat. It's very obvious. Next slide, please. The key issue here now is, for you all, is a marketing plan. I would encourage you to think about this as you did with a business plan. The marketing plan, as you can see there, has a number of headings. The business, what does the business need? What is the objective? What do you want to achieve? Do you want to increase your turnover? Do you want to grow a department? Do you want to recruit more lawyers? What is your objective? And the marketing plan will deal with this. What are your priorities? So you may have lots of business goals, but what is most important? What is the top 3? Because we can't do everything this year. Maybe priority 6, 7, 8 is for year 2, 3. Well, what is the priority for year 1? What is our aim there? And then you can see again marketing goals. How will marketing assist with your business objective, with your business plan? Strategy. How are you going to do this? What's the approach? Online marketing? Paper? Blogging? Networking? So put together activities to promote this strategy. And then look at how you're going to monitor this. I think Nigel, you want to say something?
Yeah. Just as an example again, we wanted to be in areas, because we don't do much corporate work. 95% of our work is from private clients. We wanted to be in areas where the issue was more important than the cost. Where that which is going to be argued over is of such importance. So, for example, I mean, this is just an example from the UK, but you've got to find your own. So if there are care proceedings where the child has been removed and grandma, auntie, realizes that if they don't step in, the child might be going for adoption. They are prepared to spend money. They're prepared to borrow sometimes to fund me to fight on their behalf so that the child stays within the family. The issue is more important than, in a sense, than the cost, and so they are prepared to pay. And it's the same often with adoption disruption. So it's looking at times, Are there areas where for private individuals, so for example, in our wills and our private client, often when people have troubled children, they've adopted, the child is trial and tribulation, you may not want that child to inherit £100,000 when they're 18. So you may want to build in trusts so that you protect the money. So we offer that as an expertise as a firm. You know, we are the firm you go to for specialist wills in adoption. Those are just illustrations. You've got to find what's true for you, but it's looking for those opportunities.
Next slide, please. So we're talking about opportunities. In your own business, we're all familiar with SWOT analysis. But look at this from a marketing perspective. You know, what are your strengths? What is the experience within your law firm? The knowledge? What is unique about your law firm? Are you the only firm that does a specialism? Your resources, are they good or they're poor? Maybe you have a good office, good parking. Maybe you have good IT, so you can do lots of Teams, Zoom. Look at opportunities. As I said before, is there a gap in the sector? Is there a gap in the market? Weaknesses, look at your financial. You don't want to overstretch. No point having a new client come in if you can't service the client. And then look at threats, such as price, inflation, interest rates, pandemic, things that you can't plan for. But that is a SWOT analysis. Next slide, please. Just an example, really, of a firm. So strengths. High strengths are very specialist, very expert in their narrow fields, very good with customer care, good testimonials, trust advisor. Medium strength is that they haven't got a great website. So maybe we should look at the website. Low, they're a jack of all trades. They don't sell specialism. And then the weaknesses you can see again there on the screen.
So when we used to go on holiday with my children, I have 3 daughters, and my youngest daughter used to object to going into restaurants where there were photographs of the food outside. She had a particular aversion to the idea that, you know, these being advertised. When you go to a restaurant and you realize there are 45 different meals, you know full well that the chef isn't cooking that individual food for you. It's, you know, and you may think, oh God, I'm not sure that they can do that and that. The best restaurants have quite a limited menu. You don't want to necessarily be going to one that thinks they can do everything, including solving housemaid's knee. What you do want, though, is to get a reputation that's capable of being found. We were laughing about the photographs that are going to be taken now. Well, we will post. I will post I've already sent them to my team back in Huddersfield, and those will go on our website. When people search against Ridley and Hall, they will see that it's a firm where last year I was in Brazil teaching or speaking at the first conference on kinship care in Brazil. They think, well, that's interesting. They must be good if the Foreign and Commonwealth Office funds them. Oh, he's in Uganda doing this. Gosh, that must be, you know, special that they're going out. That the Uganda Law Society, fools that they are, think we have something that we can teach them. It's a sign of life. What people like, in my view, do you want your football team to be successful or not? People are very pleased to follow successful teams. They want to be associated with life. So if you look as if you're a firm that's doing really interesting things, that's going to set you apart. And just a final point I would make is, nowadays, you know, you think how the Uganda market has changed. What are they going to search against? So if they searched in England against adoption law, we would be probably in the top 1 or 2. We actually set up separately a website called the Adoption Legal Centre, people, and we put posts on the law on that. Make sure that you've got something on your website that allows people to pick up your expertise.
Next slide, please. So I want to put this slide in the context of a real example. So you see in the middle there, where are your potential clients coming from? And Fiona spoke about how do we network. So at the top you have charity links, contacts and connections, website, social media, media release, sponsorship, sponsoring an event, advertising the old-fashioned way, client referrals, existing clients, networking, community projects and blogs. Real life example, I was always interested in immigration law as a student. Even at college, I joined Amnesty International for Human Rights. When I joined my law firm, they had no immigration department. So I wanted to do immigration, but I'd never studied immigration as a module. So as a solicitor, I went back to university in evenings and I did the immigration module just to get the basics. Didn't sit the exam because I didn't need an exam. I didn't need a certificate. I just wanted the basic knowledge. I got the knowledge, then I could go on professional courses because I had a bit of understanding. So I developed my knowledge that way. And my idea was I will do nationality law, private immigration, business clients. But in 1999, the UK government changed the policy for refugees. London couldn't cope. So the UK government says we are going to send asylum seekers, refugees, throughout the country. So Christmas Eve, 1999, 34 asylum seekers arrived in Huddersfield in my town. I was the only lawyer who had some knowledge of immigration law. Nobody else in the town. And some phone calls were made by the charities and they came to me. So Christmas Eve 1999, I signed in 2 hours 34 new clients. Each client was worth £2,000 on legal aid, government funding. So you can imagine the numbers there straight away. There's a lot of work involved, but that's how it started. But looking at marketing now, because I wanted to grow this department, that was a gift. It just turned up on my doorstep, but I wanted to grow. I set up in our town area, a charity was created, Kirklees, Refugees and Friends Together, CRAFT. So I worked with CRAFT and I used to do free clinics for them. And I became their legal advisor. Because there was not many asylum seeker lawyers in the north of England, I, with other senior lawyers, we created the Yorkshire Humberside Immigration Practitioners Group, a 200-mile radius. I chaired that, so we had profile. Legal aid is paid by the government in England. It's done through the Law Society here on a smaller scale. But I then joined the Legal Aid Practitioners Group in London, LAPG. It's a charitable organisation, so I became a committee member there. So I now had a regional presence, a national presence. Then we used to do pro bono clinics and pro bono work for free. Off the back of this, I think within 24 months, I had 10 lawyers working under me. So I was the supervising partner, 10 lawyers over 2 years. This brought in a revenue of, I think it was from memory, £60,000 per month. That's how we grew that team. But it just shows you how you can do it with this circle of contacts. Now, if I didn't spend money on this, I didn't have to pay for marketing, but it was graft. Because I did so much pro bono work, I could be the rainmaker, bring in the work, but I had 10 junior lawyers working under me. And we gave them training contracts and they became solicitors. Not all of them, some of them, those who were committed. But that's how you can do it, you see. If you think of an area of law you want to go with, even an established department, you can come into family law or mergers, corporate. Who are the clients? Where do the clients go? Where do they network? Do they go golf on the golf course? Where do they do their marketing? Sponsor their events? Is there a business awards in Kampala or in Uganda? Sponsor an award. Sponsor the whole event. That's how you can build up this networking. So that's just an example there for you as to how this could work. You will have your own local IDs as well. Next slide, please. And we'll go again. So it's all well and good you being good at marketing in this room or online, but really you need buy-in. It needs buy-in from your employees, from your staff, from your admin, from your backroom staff to your lawyers. If you look after them as an owner of the business, they will look after you. And they will look after your customer, your client. So the triangle is there really. It's a service marketing triangle. A Chartered Institute of Marketing will talk about this. But you can't do it on your own because a lot of the clients for your business are seen by other lawyers. And if you have lawyers who are not happy in your business, they won't sell the business. So just bear that in mind. Next slide. Should I talk about this or do you want to talk about this? Okay. So 7 Ps. Again, this is nothing that I've created. This is Chartered Institute of Marketing. Any business, look at the 7 Ps. Product. What is our product? It's a service. You're selling legal service. What is your price? Hourly? Fixed? No win, no fee? Place. Where are you going to promote this? And promotion is next. The process of marketing. Physical evidence and people. So we'll cover these in brief, just to give you an idea of the 7 Ps. But this is the basis, I think, of marketing. Okay, Nigel? Next slide, please.
So when you've worked out what your which we all know the product. Yeah, we're on. If you worked out what your product is, you've then got to make sure that people know that you do it. And that might seem obvious. And there are some of our colleagues who shrink away from telling the story of their product. It says lawyers' products are services. Why are people coming to you? Because they want, at that point, the thing that I try and get over to my staff is this. People, by and large, don't want to come and see lawyers. When they come to lawyers, it's because they have a need. And when they come to lawyers, they may have a limited budget. And so they want to know that if they come to you, the product that you are selling is something that they want to buy and that they can afford to buy. But how are they going to know what your product is? So my firm, as I say, from the website, you're not allowed to advertise, but you can make it quite clear from your website what the product is that you're selling. Service has a value. It has a very clear value. It has a value to us, but it has a value to them. They have a need. You can market meeting that need. You set out the areas of law. What do clients think of your service and support? So in England, like here, you get so many people who might review you or be part of groups. Now, at the moment, and sometimes you have to dance with the devil, but by and large, at the moment, people come to us because of recommendation. Once we've started, we are the people. And as long as we keep meeting their needs, now we recognize you are always going to have somebody who is negative. It's if any of you ever come across TripAdvisor or any of the reviewing sites, there's always somebody who'll give a negative review of a restaurant, but on balance, you want it still to be 4 stars. What do clients think of you? This is where a lot of it comes. Marketing doesn't stand on its own. I say to my team, I say to people, I head up the team, but I'm part of a team. If I'm not available, speak to Tracy, speak to Sarah. Ranjit knows I have the most fantastic assistant called Jane. My assistant Jane is wonderful. She's worked with me over 20 years. Bless her. And, she can get me out of any hole. Marketing only works if the client experience then fits with what you're saying that you can do. And so when you then go on to what your client's needs are now and in the future, I've talked about wills,
Just on service, I know you can't market too heavily and too direct, but there's nothing I think wrong in you putting on your website. If you're specializing in mergers, acquisitions, or corporate, you can explain a little of the law in simple terms on your website, educational. So to a client, they will have a sense of knowledge. This person knows what they're talking about. So you're not marketing yourself. You're simply saying this is the area of law. If you want to make a will, this is the process. Probate, family, oil. Just explain the transaction. Explain the timeline. So that's how you can put the service on the website. That's important. Going over to the next slide. Price, we spent some time talking about throughout this morning, but that is what it says. You have to be right in the marketplace. You can't be overpricing unless you're selling a gold service or a platinum service. Otherwise, you may not get less client market share. Always look at what others are charging. In your own firm, maybe have a scale from a high rate to a low rate, so the client has a selection. But that is a fairly straightforward item. Next slide, please. Place. Where do you market? We had 12 offices, so we had a van which used to go between our offices to collect and drop off files. We put branding on the van. Now, I don't know if that's going to work in Uganda, but you've got to think about what works.
When it's stuck in one of those jams.
You know, yeah, if you have, a vehicle in Uganda going round and round in Kampala, you're going to get free marketing. But you could put it in your office windows. So if somebody's walking past your office, can they see what services you provide? Again, is that a direct marketing? No, it's simply saying these are the services. Of course, you can do flyers, online blogging. We're going to come on to in a moment.
The next one is, where are your clients? So what did COVID teach us? So I'll tell you what it taught my firm. I always used to say I had to see a client at least once, and we cover the whole of England and Wales. That meant that sometimes I might be going to court 200 miles away just at least once. Now all that has gone because clients accept that I can speak to them on Teams. Now, it's going to be a heck of a journey from Mbarara to Kampala until you might get a direct road, or from Gulu, or from Hoima. But what's to stop you? Does place restrict you, or are you able to say, look, I know this will only apply to a certain. So many people have smartphones now. Can you join using Zoom, using Teams? Can you speak to them on that? Can they go to find somewhere where they can see you? Don't be restricted by the thought of place, because place nowadays doesn't mean place like it did pre-COVID. And frankly, as I say, if you think of how terrible it is getting across Kampala at certain times, can you offer something that enables people to tell their story? And by and large, people are now, certainly in the UK, will accept, won't they, that teams will work for them. As I say, it might be Zoom, it might whatever platform, it might be WhatsApp, whatever it is, when you can see them on screen. Whatever it is, don't be trapped by place, because it's what you're offering that's going to draw them in.
Next slide, please. So how do we promote? How do we promote our brand? Various options, really. If you look at the third one, effective communication is a two-way dialogue. So traditionally, it was one way. You put something in the newspaper, a flyer, it goes out. There is no response. The world has changed. 70% of the population now is under 40, I think, in Uganda. They are smartphone savvy. Insta, TikTok, X, former Twitter, Facebook. So how do you engage with your target? Who is your target audience? We don't want clients under 25 because they don't work. Maybe they don't earn enough. They're still studying. You want clients perhaps who are 25, 30, 35 years old to 50 because they have income. and then maybe you're looking at growing a business, they're acquiring. That's for the individual. Then we have our business customers, business clients. How do we engage with them? We can't do heavy marketing in Uganda. So what about testimonials? Can you put a testimonial from your client onto your website? That's your client talking. Will your client business put on their website, we use this law firm and they were fantastic? Nothing to do with you. That's your client selling your services. So that's how we can promote. We'll talk a bit more about blogs and video blogging in a moment. Next slide, please. So when we're looking at promoting something, we have a number of ways to mix this up. And if you have a campaign, you want to do more than one platform, you've got to mix it up a bit. So we've got advertising, which is straight. You're paying for a space in a column in a newspaper or flyer. We've got direct selling, direct marketing. You can do discounts. And public relations. Public relations, of course, is all the charity work that I was talking about, the pro bono work, the networking, the coffee mornings.
Can I ask you, are you allowed in Uganda to do what we would call a press release? So it might be that you're telling somebody you've had a successful result, or alternatively, you've got a real challenge and you're wanting to tell a story. And so what we might do is say, Annie Smith was 64 when social services came to her saying, will you care for Charlene? And because if you don't, she's going to go into care and da-da-da-da. And then we might put Nigel Priestley actually said, the approach of the local authority is a disgrace. Call it what you will. And we might try and place that, if it's a really significant issue, as Ranjit says, I've been on national BBC, radio and television. If it's a good story where they can, it's not advertising, it's making journalists' life an awful lot easier if you can give them material. And all you're doing, and obviously your client's got to buy into it, but if a client has got an interesting story to tell, and all you're doing is giving them a byline, but you're associating with it, then that works. I mean, I know certainly, perhaps Switolski's, if they have a very successful birth claim.
If my former firm had any high-profile case, within 12 hours, it would hit all the platforms. We'd also be looking at speaking to the local TV channels to say, do you want to do a piece on this? Because this is a relevant area. This is a big hospital regionally, and it's been found to have failed on these issues. And if we didn't do that, somebody else they would get the news article and they would run with it. So we can do more in England, I get that. But if we just go on to the next slide. Next slide, yeah. People. So people in your business, as I've said before, are important to you. Know your staff. Some clients want somebody who is quite dry, quite business-minded. They don't want no nonsense. They want functionality. Some clients are quite emotional, maybe a family client, and they need emotional support. Who in your office is the right fit for the client? I had a rich client from Jordan, privately paying, divorce client. He was worth a lot to the business. And one of my trainees took the phone call from him one day, and he's quite an emotional husband. He was really quite draining, and you have to be patient and listen. And he went on and on and on. And my trainee says to him, what do you want me to do? Cry with you?
The answer was yes.
And he complained. It came back to me, and I thought, I said, why would you say that? She goes, he was doing my head in. He wouldn't stop talking. I said, but he is the client. You are learning the job. He is offloading. He needs some emotional support here, not just the legal support. She's a good lawyer. She's a very good lawyer, but that is not her strength. So I took her off that case, and I put her elsewhere, where she could function on, she was a very good female lawyer robust. She didn't suffer fools. Straight. But if you wanted her to be a shoulder to support a client, never. So it didn't fit. And then I changed my connection with this client, so I made sure he was with me. So we rebuilt that relationship. Otherwise, it was going to be damaged. And what would he go and do? He would not sell my service to any of his contacts, who were all wealthy clients. So you've got to look at your staff, look at your team. Sometimes personalities will clash. Nothing wrong with this. Just change the team. My daughter works at KPMG in London, and when they go from project to project, the partners in the firm pick the associate they want on the team, depending on the client. This is the last 12 months, but it's similar to what we do in our legal sector. You've got to, in your firm, pick the right people for the right service. Okay, next. Process. When a client comes to us now, they come with a problem on day one. We've done this process hundreds of times. It's simple because we know it. We know how to do a contentious litigation case. We know how to do a probate case or a divorce or a land acquisition for oil. We do it day in, day out. For the client, it's his only case. It's his number one problem. So what is your process for him or her? Do you make them feel like you are doing this for them and they are the most important client? Or do you say, oh, I've done this 100 times, don't worry? Because they don't feel looked after.
Just very quickly, I came from an era when the client would send you a letter. You would look at the letter for a couple of days and you would send the letter back and people were happy. Now we live in the era of emails or whatever, and you know full well that if you haven't responded, did you get my email? It came at 10 o'clock, and at 2 o'clock it's, did you get my email? Have you responded? And certainly, by the next day, you clearly didn't get my email. The fact that you might have been in court at the time, but so much has changed in terms of expectations, trying to manage it, even if it's just, having, like Jane, my fantastic assistant, might say, Nigel's out at court at the moment, or Nigel's in Uganda. I've sent him a copy. I know he'll read it. And so I have picked up on one or two things whilst I've been over here because clients' expectations have changed.
So the first telephone call, when they call your office for an inquiry, how many people do they have to speak to in your firm before they get to the right department? So if I phone a firm here, one of the firms present or online, and I say I want to speak to somebody about adoption, or I say I want to speak to somebody about an acquisition, will the receptionist send me straight away to the right lawyer? Will I go from the receptionist to a secretary? And I ask them questions which are complicated, so I go to a trainee lawyer or a paralegal, then I go to an associate. Will I speak to 5 people, 4 people? That's not a good client journey, you see. So maybe the first person takes all the information and says, we're going to call you back. But you must call them back quickly because the client doesn't want to be passed around. And again, when they come into your office, what is the process? So that process is the service you're providing to the client. The better the service, the more reward from that client, the more repeat business. Next slide, please. Physical evidence. I think Nigel's office is very good at this because I used to go into his office regularly for meetings and I'd be sat in reception and I would look at the wall and all I would read about is how good Nigel is. There was poster after poster after poster, newspaper article, newspaper article, newspaper article about what he'd done. And as I'm an expert on Nigel Priestley by just being sat in his office. But that was physical evidence because this is something else, somebody else has reported about him. Whether it's charity work, whether it's church work, whether it's a case. But the client sat in his reception can see this about the firm. It cares. It's a committed firm. It's got compassion. It represents vulnerable people. Now, if I'm that client, I'm thinking there's physical evidence. He's already sold me his services.
One of the things that the management at my firm, and as I say, I'm an employee now, is that we now have a really nice we have another nice reception. Now we changed our reception. Oh goodness me, 10 years ago, and you know it's very nice. But actually, we've just changed our reception again. We paint our common parts. Do you understand what common parts? We paint them virtually every year. We touch them up. We've got a very strong. If you come into our reception area, we look modern. The lighting's good. The woodwork is light. The common parts are clean and painted. We meet in interview rooms, which are solely dedicated to being interviewed. When people go in there, the interview rooms are neat. We have to, in marketing, it's not just in word, it's, do you look a tired firm? What will be the impression? When you go to the dentist, you do want to have a good dentist. But how many of the dentists in our area, virtually all the dentists have fish tanks. I don't quite know why they all have fish tanks. What's your impression when you come in through the door to your firm? What will people see when they come in through your door? Because you can market to your heart's content, but if you look as if you're in the 1950s or 60s, is that the image that you want to create? And it's really, from my perspective, that's a really, you don't want to be going into the perhaps you don't ever do it, but the fee earner's room, where this is bad experiences from my days when you had the files piled up. What is it? What is the message? What is the total message?
Next slide, please. So we're going to move away from the 7 Ps. I'm just going to briefly talk about websites. Websites have changed. I've built, not personally, but I've overseen the construction of 3 websites in a law firm. When it first came on, it was very heavy on text. We put a lot of information on the screen. And that's changed, I think, over the last 25 years. If you look at any top 100 law firm, if you look at Google, Google is one search bar. It's plain. There's no information on there. Okay? You look at websites now, they're very slick. You have to, you click on one of the options for services, about us, it drops a menu, but the homepage is very clean. Again, you want to see in your website, how many clicks do I need to go through to get to your department? Is it 1 click, 2 click, 3 click, 4 click? Because your population under 40 is going to get bored. How quickly can they get the information they need? Who is the website for? Now, the problem with an office which does individual clients and corporate clients is they're different profile customers. So you've got to look at this as well. So maybe you have one tab which says individual service, one which says business service. So 1 click shows me the individual services, 1 click shows me the business services. Easy access. You can spend thousands on design experts. If you've low budget, keep it simple. Doesn't need to be too fancy. Keep it simple. Now, I've had it from the basic model up to the top end, where I was paying for services where I could see where the customer was hovering the mouse. So we had a heat map on our website, which I could look at and see where the mouse was spending more time. Where was the client hovering the mouse thinking about something? Where were the more clicks? So we had all sorts of footprints that we could look at. But that's expensive. If you're a small firm, you can't do that. If you go bigger, you will consider this. So we're going to look at some examples now. And do we have Ridley & Hall's website? So if you can you make that bigger? So this is that your homepage? I'll let you talk you through your website.
So we've got, so Emma, you only need to click on to that. She's our managing partner. She says something really nice about Ridley & Hall. Let our family help your family. It's a simple enough message, but that's what people might come on and say. Ridley & Hall is an award-winning firm of solicitors. So we say, we tell it like it is. Based in Yorkshire with a national reputation, we're passionate. Passionate. Do you want to work? Do you want to have a solicitor who's boring as hell, or do you want them to be passionate about what you want to go to a firm of solicitors passionate about, if it's that sort of area, passionate about making a difference to people's lives by being innovative. I hope we are. I think we are. And forward thinking. We're dedicated to providing an exceptional legal service. You'd say, well, we would say that, wouldn't you? But our firm welcomes da-da-da. So that's our opening page. And Emma's very photogenic. The story is good. As I say, I think it's probably only 30, 45 seconds of an introduction. But that's where you will find something really simple about us.
So I've not seen this website because I don't look at Ridley and Hall website that often. I don't need to. Nor have I looked at my previous firm's website. But we're going to pull it up just to see what it looks like today. I've not seen it either. But it's changed from what I used to have. So this is Switalski's. This is my previous firm, their website. Very clean, you see. Now, interesting here is we have the phone number at the top. There's a reason for that. Easy access. Before, that used to be hidden under contact. We want that straight away. Then it used to be top right. But because I monitored the mouse, we moved it center, because that's where the mouse is most often. But you see the headline at the top: personal, business, claims, news, careers, people, easy access, drop down. I can tell you now that the green is pistachio green. I can tell you that the capital S and the lower Switalski's was all done. I'd led the marketing team with marketing consultants when we looked at colors. Our previous Switalski's was all capitals. And the marketing person says to me, Ranjit, that's shouting. It doesn't say, it doesn't say strong start and a soft finish. That's marketing speak. For me, I said, you're just charging me money to change my font. You know, I'm no fool. And I says, black. Do I need to be an expert in marketing to have a black font? It's like any high street shop. But when it was put together, it worked. And we have this pistachio green and we have denim blue as a color brand, and that goes across the firm.
I just say the funny thing is that we're two different firms. If you were to go back, we are green and blue as well.
So if you go to my next slide, please. So we're going to get the next slide up. Just want to show you how the website has changed. Forward. So look at this. Same website. You see the difference? It's very busy. Not as clear. The phone number is on the right. Similar services for you, services for business. But I think the previous website, the new website you can see is more slick, it's clean. And that's what I would encourage you to think about. Just moving forward, that's Ridley and Hall's previous website. So, we often talk about good and bad marketing. Go forward, please. And again. So, the key thing here to remember, though, is I look at websites and you see client testimonial from 4 years ago. It's too old. It needs to be last week. It needs to be up to date. A blog from one of your lawyers. Let's say you're writing a piece on legislation. If it goes back 12 months, it's out of date. It needs to be current. Even if it's only 5 lines, 10 lines. Somebody in your office needs to be uploading content to your website. The more you upload, on a search of Ugandan lawyer, you will come top. That's how search engine optimization works, SEO. If you don't know about SEO, Google it and look into it. But that's how you're going to get traffic. You can link it to social media platforms, and that again will link you up the chain of Ugandan lawyers. So you may get a small firm compared to an established firm, and the small firm is always top. Why is this, you think? How are they doing this? A, they could be paying, but B, it's content. It's content, content, content. And if you simply cut and paste from somebody else's website, Google knows. and they will drop you 3 pages. So make it original. Don't just cut and paste. Google will know. So you see there, I've put duplication of content. Next slide, please. So just some examples there, some of the profiles you want on your website about the people, personal service, the lawyer's profile, your CV. Payment, can they pay online in Uganda? If they can, make it easy for the customer. Next slide. This is bad advertising, okay? Don't be shocked. This is an Australian law firm who came to London in the 80s, and they wanted to come in, and they wanted to make money, and they wanted attention. This was all over London Tube. They got complaints, and they got the regulation telling them off. This is maybe 30 years ago. They have many offices now across London. They're still in business, but they got the attention. So this was for husbands divorcing wives. Next slide. Just as bad. This is for husbands divorcing. You know, it's bad. It's very bad. But Brookman, it stays in your head. Brookman solicitors, it's there. They didn't care about the regulation because they wanted to make an announcement from Australia that we're in London, and they're still going. So let's change over because it's bad. But I think the worst publicity for us is a client saying we're bad. That's not good marketing. Otherwise, I would say all marketing is good marketing. Bad marketing is good marketing. Yeah, of course.
If you have a look at my firm, Ridley and Hall, you can look at my profile, and I hope that we've got enough on that profile of me that it makes people say, yeah, he's got the experience. So when you're posting your profile, you know, don't just say, I went to Manchester University and I got an LLB. I got a doctorate at whatever. I do this. How do people know anything about you? I mean, they may not want to know that you walk dogs, but they may want to know what sort of work you do and how you built up an expertise. And frankly, at times, client testimonials are always good. Sometimes we get emails which say, Nigel, you know, if I hadn't had your advice, I don't know what I would have done. I cut and paste that. I send it to our marketing person. He puts that under my profile.
So we're conscious of time, so we're going to go forward a few slides. So if you could go forward again, please. Go back. LinkedIn. When I left practice in 2020, 4 years ago, I was in charge of, I don't know, we had 12 Twitter accounts across the firm, different areas of law. We had LinkedIn. Every member of staff was told to repost everybody else's LinkedIn, Twitter, post. So it generated traffic. When I left LinkedIn, I came off LinkedIn in 2020 because I was going to become a judge and I had to reduce my profile. I posted that I'd been now appointed by Her Majesty as a judge. When I left, I had 106,000 interactions from Canada, from New York, Australia, Sri Lanka. It just went and went and went. But that is not down to me, myself, it's down to everybody else reposting. You can talk about your service. Your clients are on LinkedIn. Get them to post something about you. That's important. Next slide, please. And again. And one more. Just want to talk about video vlogging, YouTube. We know the next generation watches a lot of YouTubes, loads. When you've dealt with a client, have you ever asked a client whether they're prepared to do an interview? Maybe not the individual, but a business. Maybe they would. 30 seconds, 60 seconds, just about why they selected you, how the service was, and the outcome. If a client could see that of one of your previous clients, it's better than a testimonial. Testimonials are good, but seeing a face would be helpful. And again, I would question whether that's a breach of any marketing. It's simply your client reporting back. But That's how you have to create content for your website. We used to have, I think we still have at my previous firm, we had a YouTube channel, and they posted things there as well.
You'd have to be pretty desperate to watch a lawyer's YouTube.
But a client with a problem will search. Otherwise, it's a target audience. You're not doing this for social media for entertainment. This is for a client. A client will search with keywords. What are those keywords? Medical negligence. Yeah? Land dispute. Border dispute. Oil acquisition land. Pipeline. Keywords that you will know that are relevant to your sector. You put those in your blog. Just with regards to one final slide I'm going to talk about really is, if you're a senior lawyer, you haven't got time to write the blogs, have someone in your firm, rotate. Every week, one person must do a blog, and they must send it to their senior, who will proofread it and check it to make sure it's accurate, and then upload it. Worst case, somebody writes it and it sits on your desk and you don't actually do anything with it, because that person will think there's no point me writing blogs because it just doesn't happen. So ask the firm, ask your colleagues in your firm to take 1 week each. If not 1 week, once a fortnight. But that will you spread the load, you delegate.
All I was going to say is that one of the areas that and this may not apply in Uganda, when we were trying to establish ourselves, we identified the key charities stroke NGOs that were dealing, say, with, well, I'll give you an example. There's the Family Rights Group. They had an advice line. Kinship, which is a charity, has an advice line. And what we did was contact them, and Age UK we spoke to. And what we said was, if you get a problem that is beyond the remit of the people who are doing the advice, don't hesitate to call us. And it's trying to find those people. Again, I know that this is not corporate, but it's, you know, it's really being imaginative. And so we started, so Adoption UK had an advice line, and when they got stuck, and we're doing it for free initially, but it's coming back, and you're saying, look, just if you're in a fix, just give us a call. And that's what's happened.
Just going to wrap up, so if you go forward, please. And again, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. That's it. One back. Thank you very much. So just to finish on a summary, really, 5 top tips. Hootsuite, I don't know if you're familiar with this, but it's online. You can Google Hootsuite. It's a social media platform, and it will help you coordinate your social media posts across various platforms. You can put timers on them, so they go out. If you know your clients are looking at their phones between 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock in traffic, send your messages out at that time. No point sending them at 10 o'clock when they're at work. So you can put it into the system, and it will push it out at set times. So it's scheduling. 2, play to your strengths. Identify your own strengths in your firm. Who is good at what? Who is good at writing? Who is good at talking? Who is good at shaking hands and making eye contact? Who can go into a room for a tea morning and socialize? Can I just say, with networking, there's no point you going through a room saying, hello, my name is Ranjit. 5 minutes. No good. If you want to network, you need to speak 15 minutes to this person for you and them to connect. Either you won't get on, that's human nature, you can't get on with everybody. But a 15-minute conversation will then convert. Because then you can say, look, let's catch up tomorrow or next week. But you've got to go past the 5 minutes. And if you're going to a networking event in a room like this, you need to speak to 3 people for 15 minutes. Okay, you can say hello to the room, but you're just kind of crowd surfing. It's surfacing. You're just surfing. You're not really engaging. So 2-3 people, 15-minute conversation. And try and work out who's in the room. As Fiona said this morning. Number 3, again, summarizing what I've said before, regular updates to get your profile up Google. If somebody searches Ugandan lawyer, why aren't you top page? 4, next page. Try and target a campaign or an event. Whether you've got a new department, a new office, you've taken on a new lawyer. Put a campaign around this. Blog, video. You've got to market it somehow. Whether you support a church, whether you support a new foster care program. Something which is going to give you an angle. 5, you've got to review your marketing strategy, marketing plan. Monthly. When you have a partners meeting or a departmental meeting or an office meeting, it should be on the agenda every time. Finance, strategy, marketing. Per department. And you do it with your heads of department and you do it with your director or partners. So that is a very quick overview as to how you can develop your firm and make it stand out. Thank you very much. Is there any questions, please?
Or thoughts? Yeah, come on.
I don't want you. You see, I used to do marketing, but I don't anymore. Not as a judge.
How much of what we said to you, honestly, and how much of it applied, and how much of it were you thinking, oh, come on, Ranjit and Nigel, we can't do that in Uganda. So, be honest with us. Did it touch spots, or was it really not? Because we need to understand, really, from our perspective, the extent to which we are speaking as if it was in Swahili rather than in English.
We know that some things don't work here. We know this because we've been doing this 20 years. And we know that your websites are getting more advanced. And we know you're on social media.
Yeah.
So there is progress. Yes. Is there a microphone?
Where?
Thank you very much. Introduce myself again. Emily Gakiza, Otis Advocates. Very, very interesting, I think, tips. For some of these things, definitely, as you've said, there are certain things that one needs to determine how far can you push that envelope. But as you've rightly pointed out, there are certain smart things that one can easily do. A few years ago, most of us did not have websites. Quite a number of law firms now, we have websites, and we do put information, and we have not had any complaints from the law council, saying that that information is not correct, or you're probably misadvertising about yourself. So probably provided you put proper information, you're basically saying this is the lawyer in this firm. You're not misdirecting what they call the public. You're not putting out information there that is false. Normally, from what we have seen so far, that seems to have managed to pass the test. And so a lot of the law firms right now, from what we see, everybody basically has a website. I think there are a number of other things, as I've also been practicing for a number of years. So some of us do not have this blogging, and I'm sure Richard will understand that I'm saying the blogging business, TikTok and the like. Some of us are not there, but
I want to see the first lawyers dance on TikTok.
Yeah, but we've seen definitely that some of these places have got a lot more contact with people out there, or the future client. So I think for some of these things, basically it's a wake-up call. We need to be able to see how, where is it that we are going? So for me, this is a welcome thought. It's just thinking the little creative juices I have as a lawyer, what is it that I can do differently using the current and future, looking at my future client. Yeah, so really, what you've told us today is not in vain, but yes, there are a few things that may not work, but quite a lot that actually will benefit a lot of us here and my other colleagues online. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, really all we're wanting to do is throw out idea, saying, to be provocative really, and not say that any of these are the answer, but it's actually to start thinking, because we are in 2024 and there's a completely different approach. I sit in the car with my grandson, who's 18, and he has the attention span of a gnat. If you watch kids now, they don't even do 10 or 15 seconds. Then we're off again. We're off again. Now, and I know that that's not the case perhaps for people who are older, but it is the case that people's attention span is so quick. If you don't engage in that first bit, looking at the page, they'll be bored with you. We're now going to either be very uncomfortable or not.
I just wanted to show you, I've not been in practice 4 years. So I've lectured about my experience as a solicitor over 25 years, but I'm not in practice now. But I just want to show you, look, this is Ranjit Uppal. And it just shows you, look, Yorkshire Legal.
Oh, who's that?
Okay, Legacy Awards, First Seek. There's different ways you can socialize on media and how you can market your profile. Now, I have not posted anything for 4 years now because it's different. But you can see there how you can get stuff on the internet to profile your firm. So let's just do, this is, look, it's in Punjabi. I hit some Punjabi newspaper somewhere. So it just shows you, my former partner, Parker Bird, this is going back 12 years. So you can still have things linked to your website with tags. But we're going to show you Nigel. That was just to give you an example where you can't do direct sell, but maybe you can not, if you can't use TikTok yet, there's other ways to do it. But Nigel is still very much active in practice. Nigel and me came in 2008 and we met somebody at the airport and I said, oh look, there's that famous person. He had no idea who she was. It was a lady called Alexandra Burke. And I explained who she was. He went and started chatting to her and says, can I have a selfie? The next day we're lecturing at the hotel, is it Africana? And I said, let me show you a website. Let's get Ridley and Hall, Nigel's firm. And up it comes. And it said on his homepage, does Nigel have the X Factor? And he was with this famous person. And he'd put that on the website within 12 hours. And because she was famous, he's going to get hit every time he tagged her in. So Christian foster carers there, solicitor recognised in the new year. So lots of awards, different Christian stories.
So the Guardian is a national newspaper, real adoption bit.
So, if... Can you scroll down a bit, please? Or up? Scroll. That's it. Look. Legal Aid Project.
That was a long time ago.
But if you're engaging in charities, if you're engaging with your client base or some other local program, you can sell. That's the example I'm giving you. You can sell your service.
So the important thing about this is that they search against me, and they bring up my partner, James Cook, or Rosie. Because of who I am, they will find other people who are associated with me within the firm whom I'm confident they can deal with. So it's a both and, isn't it?
Yes. So sorry, that was just an example in response to what you can and cannot do. Was there any other thoughts or questions, either online or in the room? There's a hand over here.
One more question here.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Richard Bwayo. I work with Nangwala Resident Company Advocates. My first comment is to thank you. I like the way you're cooperating, how you hand over the mic to
we have many years of Batman and Robin.
Yes, I've liked
I am Batman, by the way. He is Robin.
It's very good and it's very inspiring. Now, whatever you have shared with us is actually very relevant, and it can help young lawyers and lawyers across different age brackets. You have come at a time when we are having an issue. It's on social media. You have probably heard about it, or your lawyer friends have told you about it. The young lawyers.
No, tell us. Go on, tell us.
The young lawyers are starting something where they want to advocate for their rights, and there has been a lot of discussion about law firm business, whether the firms are actually able to pay lawyers as much as they desire, especially the young lawyers. And they have started something which many are against, because they feel it will embarrass us as the legal profession, because it is about going to politicians, so to say, to see what they can do for us without us doing what we should ordinarily do. And I believe that in light of that, this discussion that we have had is very good for the young lawyers. If there are any young lawyers who have followed this discussion, it is very good for them to see what they need to do to be able to start and get something at the end of the day. What comforts me in my life is boxing. That in boxing we have different levels. We have lightweight, we have bantamweight, we have middleweight, we have heavyweight. No.
Yeah, it looks a stripper.
I don't know. I won't indicate where I lie. But for us to be able to manage this profession, however tough it is, you see, our dynamics are different. The market appears to, there is a lot of work, by the way, but it's about the funding of that work. There is a lot of work across this country, but there is no money. You can do work, but you will not earn as much as you expect. But what is comforting for me is boxing, the example I've given. People should learn that you can be in different levels and still work and survive. When they are celebrating a bantamweight champion or a middleweight champion, they celebrate them the same way they celebrate a heavyweight. Each one of them gets a gold medal at the Olympics. So my point is to comfort everyone that notwithstanding our economy, its size, the circumstances, everyone can shine wherever they are and hope and work to get to the next level. So this is very good. If anyone reflects deeply about the leading firms in this country, whatever you have shared with us, they are doing it already. Talk about legal alerts, they are doing them. Talk about good websites, they have them. Talk about everything, blogging, search engine optimization, very key thing. Look at what do people search for in the websites. Use that in your article that you're going to upload on your blog. Now, one thing that you have not mentioned that I wish to mention, to add, mine was, I have no question, just giving comments. The last point is, no one has mentioned it today, but it's competence, legal competence. Very many lawyers are able to, and we will probably do what we have shared today. But at the end of the day, your competence is very important. It will be very embarrassing for you to have a very nice website, you blog, you do what, and when clients come to you, they find you incompetent, or they give you an assignment and you don't deliver. Actually, clients can shun away from people on websites. You see, our kind of market might be different from the UK.
No, I think that what we're trying to say is, yes. I use the expression of dancing with the devil. When it's going well, firstly, there is we have the web. It's not going to go away, and when it goes bad, and we haven't seen this story, but when it goes bad, we have to recognize that it's so easy now to post negative things, and whatever we may say, law firms have got to be thinking, well, if my firm was targeted about this because I wasn't paying a lawyer, actually that's not great publicity. So what am I actually going to do to face up to it and to get around it? What is the message I'm going to give? Are my clients going to think that I'm a miserable skinflint Scrooge and therefore they're going to avoid me? Or are they not? There is no way to get away from it. And therefore what we're really emphasizing, and I'll pass to Ranja, is it is there, it exists, it isn't going to go away. We can't hide from it. And therefore we have to work out how we get the message for good for those occasions when somebody will, to use a phrase, diss us.
I want to respond to one comment you made about young lawyers' salaries, demands, they want more remuneration. And you said it would be good that they can see the pressures of running a business. Tomorrow we're going to be doing a presentation on staff recruitment and how you retain staff and how you motivate staff. And in my previous firm, we had an issue where we were growing and there was lots of junior lawyers who wanted promotion. They all wanted to make associate and partner. So I will talk you through how we did this tomorrow. This is only a taster. But the key thing is for the young lawyers that they know there is a process. They can see, okay, if I work hard, here is the route. Here are the timescales. What are the expectations the owner has of them? How they can deliver. And equally for you, as an owner, you can say, look, these are the pressures of running a business. I need your assistance here. Not just on chargeable time, not making money, but I need you to work on these projects which are non-chargeable to help the business grow. And then that's how you can share that knowledge, two-way process. And then you can pick your best junior lawyers to promote. Because then it's transparent. It's like a client. They know what to expect. They know what the charge is. Your young lawyers will know what is expected for them to deliver to be promoted. But if it's done in a planned way, then you can do that and they will add value to the business. But we'll talk about that tomorrow.
But be aware, I think we've all got to be aware that there's a piece of scripture which says, beware your sins will find you out. If we're actually, as employers, we're not treating people properly, and we've always thought we could get away with it, for example, if we don't pay women the same as we pay men, if they don't have the same opportunities, if we are using staff as interns, but actually we're going to be claiming for the research that they've done, nowadays, you will be found out because somebody will tell that story. So anyway, we'll end now. But thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, another hand clap for Justice Ranjit and Mr. Nigel. Thank you so much for a very insightful approach to advertising and all those issues related to marketing. Thank you so much once again. We're just going to have one more session and we'll be done. It will be 30 minutes. We shall have the issue of technology tomorrow. So right now we're just going to deal with ethics. And thankfully we have somebody who many of us worry whether they will punish us if we advertise. So we have that person. We've been talking in harsh tones, but they're here present to speak to us whether when we stand out on the websites we're holding out or breaking the rules. So with us this evening we have two people, one from the private sector, private practice, and the other is a state attorney with the government. Her name is written Athokon, right? Pronounced Atochon. Peace. She's a state attorney currently at the Law Council, having served for 16 years so far. Previously worked in the regional office in Gulu. Also worked as a protection trainer for the International Rescue Committee. Was a program assistant with the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights in Kitgum, and was also with the Legal Aid Project of our Dear Law Society. Holds 2 masters, one in law from Makerere University and the other in business administration from Mount Kenya University. The other is Caroline Duta Ogwang, managing partner of Duta's Advocates. The firm specializes in providing legal governance and compliance consultancy services, small and medium enterprises. Has practiced as an advocate the last 22 years and is a fellow of the International Compliance Association of the United Kingdom. Has also mastered in business administration from the Eastern and Southern African Management Institute of Arusha, Tanzania. So those two ladies will first address us on the importance of ethics in building a successful law firm and a few attributes on the limitations as far as the regulator is concerned for practicing advocates and firms, and then what would sink you if you break the rules. And then thereafter, we shall have a question and answer to them. That we shall all cover in 30 minutes. So they will have an opportunity to decide how they want to utilize their time. Peace and Carol, the floor is now yours. You're very welcome. There are 2 microphones here, so I don't know what you want to do. You want to stay there? The regulator prefers to stay down, we can't object.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have already been introduced, though you didn't. It's time to put the face to the introduction. My name is Peace. I serve as a state attorney, like it has already been mentioned. And really, task this afternoon is just to have some family time. Things to do with ethics are more of the unwritten part of our day-to-day doings. And I'm privileged to be part of this discussion this afternoon. Nothing much, a few things here and there that we need to iron out. I hope you'll enjoy the discussion as we proceed. Maybe my colleague can also say something.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, present at Fairway and those online. I'm privileged to be here. I'm happy to do this short presentation with Peace. And I think for me, the issues of ethics are not new. It's more like a subject that comes up every time on our forums, almost in all the sessions that we normally have with the Law Society. It's nothing new. So probably, again, it's going to be a recap of what we already know, what we know the law, what is expected of us under the law, and probably a few examples from where we sit in our separate practice areas. Thank you. I'm also looking to learn from the colleagues online and in the room. Thank you.
I'll kind of request our moderator to briefly tell us, you said certain areas, the parameters within which our discussion is going to be limited, given that we have a short time.
Essentially, how ethics informs successful law firms, or how to build a successful law firm, or how floating the ethics or frustrating them, how frustrating the ethics can sink you as a law firm. That's the parameter within which we're moving. And any other thing that you'd like to address. Key that stood out here was the issue of advertising. When we cross the line, or when are we within the boundaries of the regulator? Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Ethics, mostly those rules that border the unwritten codes. It is literally that space where you pick up from where the law ends. It's not mostly about rules. It's about the day-to-day goings. And from a regulator's perspective, when you look back, in the past, regulation was more about punitive action. How do we punish these errant advocates? How do we deal with them? How do we pull them down? But that has evolved. Times have changed. Regulation is now more of correctional. I'll take, for instance, the situation that we have been discussing here on advertisement. I'd like to thank the previous presenters. It was amazing. Now, when you look at the laws that relate to advertisement, it's more like just talking about that little nameplate. And it's just limited to that. Nobody has talked about vlogging, blogging. These things were not there in 1970. So what is limiting the advocates? And why has it taken this long for the advocates to come and work together with the regulators and see what works? I'm thankful that this information has come at a timely, it's really, really timely, because this is when the Advocates Act is being amended. And for me, I have taken the points to make sure that these issues related to advertisement can be fitted in the amendment. And so ethics is more like, what is that moral thing? What is that thing that guides my conscience as an advocate? And as regulators, the areas that are of concern basically surround the one thing that you first did when you decided to apply for a name to practice as a law firm. From a Christian point of view, there is this powerful scripture that says that a good name, a good reputation is better than material gain. And truthfully, those are the things that are affecting, you know, the image of many law firms right now. Many of us have gone into the hard, you know, the hardcore issues. More like that, the complicated things. Am I that outstanding lawyer? How do they look at me out there? Can I argue better? But very many advocates these days ignore the fact that the ethical aspects are the nuts and bolts, those little hinges that keep the firm going. Truthfully, the clients, from the feedback I get each and every time we handle disciplinary complaints, are simply crying for a reputable advocate. Issues to do with ethics are going to directly pinch on things to do with client care, money, accountability, transparency. And now those have become the daily issues that the regulators are facing. At some point we have asked the questions, have we become debt collectors? How can the law firms go back and build that trust? I mean, 1,500 students or new advocates are sent, or young lawyers are sent from LDC. They graduate to get enrolled as advocates. How are you going to make, you know, a clear-cutting edge? Who is going to trust us? I could share one of the things that really caused me to wonder whether the legal profession is going anywhere. I had a situation recently where a lawyer, an advocate, was contacted by a very desperate client, and usually that is the case. Like it was earlier on presented. They do not want to come and see you. They are simply coming to you because they want a problem to be resolved. And this was an issue that could have been resolved much, I don't know, it didn't require this particular client to end up in jail. But something as simple as an advocate not bothering to go to court with sureties cost this client something that they'll never forget. So this client walks to the advocate's chambers. The advocate doesn't bother to get the sureties that are required, and this client is eventually remanded simply because they do not have sureties. In the process of remand, this client, of course, the information gets home. the wife is pregnant and she ends up losing the pregnancy. How far are you going to go as an advocate to remain the competent lawyer? Those are the areas that ethics is touching. How can we reduce on the multiplicity of complaints that are coming in simply because of a lack of competence on our part as advocates? There is no written law that is going to tell you 70 degrees is good competence, 5 degrees is bad competence. Competence is simply competence, and it is you to set the standard. How do you treat your clients? Whatever you decide, whatever approach you want to take in dealing with their cases, is it in their best interests? My colleague right here was saying that right now there is no money. When you're making that decision on charging that client, what are you going to base it on? Are you going to make it a routine that you only go and convince the clients that you can give them lesser, they can pay lesser than the rest of the advocates out there when you actually know what value you're offering? How are you doing on the accountability aspects? How transparent are you? We are going into vlogging. We are going into blogging. We are going into websites, telling people what we can do. Are you sure you can offer those services that you are advertising out there? It's about checking yourselves to make sure that the truth you put out there is the truth that you offer in the end. As a matter of fact, most of the complaints that come to the Law Council have nothing to do with complicated things. It's literally the loss of trust. For one to have a successful firm, you are going to fight to keep the reputation of that firm, the name up there. Because the thing that you go out and register at the Law Council and at URSB is the name. So are you going to cast your gold to swine at the end of the day? This is a registered entity. Separate it from yourself. Ethics will require you to separate yourself from the firm and know that what I am taking charge of is more important than me. It is a battle in the mind. How do you separate yourself, that person that is greedy, that is longing for more, from the value your name carries? That is what we are battling with today. And from a regulator's perspective, the help that can be extended is to help this particular person, this particular advocate, realize the value in their name. It baffles me when we receive a complaint. The regulator has tried to balance out things. Instead of receiving a complaint and just going out there and advertising it or putting it on a cause list, the first step of action is approach this advocate and find out how this issue can be resolved. Making use of the alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. But to our surprise, majority of the advocates out there do not care what value their names carry. Others will tell you, we don't care, we know Law Council. You can go ahead and put it on the cause list. If that person really wants, they can go ahead and find their solution from Law Council. We don't care. When and how did this relationship die to that extent? The regulations in place are simply to help the law firms shine. But how many take the trouble to toe the ethical line? Our role this afternoon is to remind each other that the principles regarding competence, the principles regarding transparency, the principles regarding accountability, confidentiality still remain. As we go into vlogging, what are the limits? The law is going to give a wide range within which advertisement can be done. How far can you go? If you're interviewing a child, what are the principles that govern dealing with clients that are children? Are you going to go out there and advertise and say that, whoa, this child approached my farm and their late father left them with 8 billion shillings? This is how big their estate is. What are the limits? Even when you're thinking of advancing in technology, what are the limits? That is the area the ethical aspects need to address. Maybe I'll also leave time for my colleague because I can go on and on. It's a very wide scope.
Thank you, Peace. Maybe speaking specifically on the importance of ethics. For me, in simple terms, basically, doing our work ethically is insurance for our businesses. I'm one of those people who struggle to take legal practice as a business, but now we have been advised, it has been confirmed that indeed it is a business. So it is insurance for your business. It is insurance for your name, like Council Peace is saying, but it's insurance for your business. Because while we are going out to do these business plans, write marketing plans, and do all those nice things to bring us clients, if we are unable to serve these clients, serve them in the manner that we have promised to serve them, we cannot keep them. Because indeed, when you act unethically, clients will lose confidence in us as a fraternity, but also in us as an individual or in the farm, in your farm. They will lose confidence in you. And you're in more or less shortchanging yourself. You cannot grow without clients. So doing our work ethically is a long-term investment and insurance policy, if you like. So what I would urge us to do in an effort to build successful law firms is to do what is right, because that is what ethics is all about. Let us do what is right. Let us serve our clients in accordance with what we promise to deliver to them, in accordance with what the regulator requires of us, what the law requires of us. And most importantly, what probably the expectations of society, the legal profession should be standing at a certain pedestal. But if we are unable to stay at that level, then we are disparaging the profession from which we feed. So for me, that is what I would say as the importance of ethics. Maybe just to mention, Peace highlighted fairness and transparency. There's also an element of responsibility. We have a responsibility to the people that we serve to ensure that we do what we say we will do, and to their best interests. Just something small I wanted to add. Yes, of course, when we don't serve our clients ethically, apart from them losing confidence in us, then we don't get business. There's a reputation damage. If you don't have a reputation as a lawyer, colleagues here, senior and those of us that are upcoming, you know that it's a done deal. When they ask around for good lawyers or someone I can trust, sometimes it's very discouraging when you hear people make statements like, you can't trust a lawyer. And I'm like, but why? Because there are some of us that can be trusted. I am sure there are many of us in this room, many online, that can be trusted. So we are there. So we should endeavor to protect that space. while we support our colleagues that maybe falter here and there, you endeavor to keep standing. Lastly, maybe one of what we can do, because our ethical codes are very clear, they are set out in the law, but sometimes we don't consult, we don't look at the law to see exactly what the law says. So Senior Counsel Resida talked about policies, the several policies that he mentioned. One of them should be the ethical code of conduct or the professional code of conduct, like he mentioned. Set out the standards. The law is only the baseline. You can go way beyond what the law states and do better. And indeed, hold your teams accountable to that standard so that we uplift the profession, that we desire to, okay, it puts food on our tables. So we need to protect the space as much as possible. Thank you.
Any questions, colleagues? Any comment? The regulator was right to the point. I would not want to add anything to that, lest I'm in trouble. Any questions or comment? Do we have anything online? Nothing online. All right. Thank you very much, Peace and Carol. Very brief and to the point. We do appreciate you so much for enlightening us on that. Members, thank you so much for making the time for today. And those online, we're very glad that you've made the time to participate in this practice management series to improve our practice and also to improve our obligations to the public by way of our own ethics. We shall carry on tomorrow starting at 9 a.m. here again. I would still encourage all of us to please come back again and also participate online. Until then, we're done for the day. Thank you very much. It's good evening and good night for those here and online. Till tomorrow. Bye-bye.